Good evening and welcome to the Beverly Hills Unified School District Regular Board of Education meeting. Today is June 14th, 2022, and the time is 5:11. I'd like to call the open session to order and ask Mr. Ramer to lead us in the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Margo, would you like to read our mission and vision statement?
I would love to. In a safe and supportive community, BHUSD will deliver a rigorous and enriching quality education and prepare all students to thrive as productive citizens in a complex, changing world. All students will be inspired to act with integrity and realize their academic potential while achieving college and career readiness.
Thank you. May I have a motion for approval of the agenda?
I would like to move approval of the agenda.
I will second the motion.
The motion was made by Mr. Ramer and seconded by Mrs. Marcus. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Mr. Ramer. Dr. Brady, may I have a report of the closed session?
Yes, President Wells, in our closed session, the Board of Education took action to approve the settlement agreement with employee number it's letters and numbers, SZ572041 by a vote of 5-0. And also in closed session, the Board of Education took action to approve OAH case 2022-010567 by a 5-0 vote.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is accommodations and recognition. For those of you who may not know, this is our student board member Eli Ramer's last board meeting. I would like to welcome Eli Ramer's family and friends who are here this evening to honor Eli. I first met Eli when I was campaigning for school board. He contacted me and asked me questions about my campaign. I was immediately impressed with Eli and I started to follow him and his campaign for student board member. I quickly became an Eli fan. From the moment he joined the board, Eli hit the ground running and made a positive impact. His commitment to the work was immediately evident as he advocated for and represented students. Eli's contributions to the governance team were many. To name a few, he prepared a comprehensive student board report for each and every meeting. He instituted the making of a motion and casting a preferential vote for student board members on all actions of the board. He was an integral member of the ad hoc committee to review and revise the board bylaws. Throughout the year, he maintained a visible and engaged presence in the school community, always serving as a positive role model for his peers. I can say without reservation that all of Eli Ramer's efforts this year elevated the representation of the BHUSD students on the board and as a student board member. As a student board member, he elevated our board and made us better. So in honor of you, Eli, the board has prepared this board report for you. The Eli Ramer Student Board Member and Action Report. I think I missed the title slide. Sorry. All right. So the first title slide was the first title, which was
I get to discuss the past.
there you go.
Now, I didn't know Eli in the past, but I have a few pictures that I will refer to because, gosh, he was a cute kid. And he was always going to go someplace. You could just tell by the picture. He was always in the ready. He's going to go places, and he's going to get there. And I think that also he never missed a beat as far as anything was ever concerned. He was always right on time. And growing up, he must have been really something else. So I have to tell you, I wish I'd known you then. I could have babysat for you, but I wasn't asked. But in your past, you also were very active in school, even getting here today. You were the 6th grade secretary, I believe, at El Rodeo. You gave the graduation speech at El Rodeo, I believe, on your graduation. And you had all those honors that are in front of him there. In the next picture or slide, you'll see that he right there down at the bottom. And of course, when he was younger, he was already practicing how to tie a tie and get it on so he could attend the board member. And last but not least, I enjoyed, that's an Oktoberfest, the Lederhosen. He loved to celebrate any occasion, and he didn't miss a beat, as I said before. So Eli, I didn't know you then, but I got to know you now, and it's been a pleasure.
So building on the past, we'll move into the present. Eli built on his long-term goals of, like, you know, Mary said, he showed interest in being on the board, you know, before he ran in his election, and you know, being on this board with him was extra special for me because I'm a former student board member myself, and I know what it is to have to juggle the other activities that you have, both academically, extracurricularly. But I got to say that Eli has set the bar very, very high. I was nowhere near the student board member that he was. The kind of presentations that you've made every week, the great contributions that not only you've made to this board, how thorough you have been in doing your research, coming prepared, really being a true member of this governance team, all while being so engaged with the school community. We're seeing pictures of you know, senior awards, school construction oversight that, you know, Eli's been a part of, working with the PTA, attending the multicultural days. He was part of the orchestra. He made time to go visit all the campuses. I mean, really, really an incredible job, and so proud of him, and can't wait to see all the other things that he's going to accomplish.
Continuing on the present, you are so talented in so many different areas. I think that educators and parents alike know how you have really used all of your potentials and will continue to do so for the next decades of your life. And as we see you pictured here in marching band, and you proudly wear the outfits, which look great on you and do us proud. And let's see, I also believe there is a slide that says, believe in Eli swearing in. Oh, that was back. Okay. Okay, we can go on to the future.
And moving on to the future, that's the word future. Here, Eli is ready to board a plane from Hawaii, apparently, and graduating with such fanfare. But first, you were accepted to Oberlin. Before you actually graduated, accepted to Oberlin. You don't have to move the slide yet. A little jumpy. And it's clear, I get this very graduate-y slide here to comment on.
Graduate-y, yeah.
That you've always been ready to make a difference in anything you're involved in. And the world needs more people like that. We need a lot of change. So looking forward to what you can accomplish in the future. All the best in that.
And so next slide. Early on when we got to know Eli, he talked a lot about Oberlin and put Oberlin like on the radar for us, and we were very patiently awaiting the approval letter to come in. It's unique that a student early on has that knowledge to know where you want to go to school, and so he really persevered in getting in and showing his leadership. And so this is a great picture of him celebrating here. But we have known for a long time that this was his first choice of schools. And finally, I just want to say thank you to Eli. And just on a personal note, this is my 12th year as a superintendent. I've never had a student board member with this level of engagement. This is some pretty tough work. And to look at a school district and how it operates from a 30,000-foot view, this young man took that on. I work a lot with our school board with questions. There's hundreds of pages to review and study each board meeting, and I can assure you that Eli did more than his share of committing to the work and asking the right questions than any other board member student board member that I've worked with before. So I just want to thank you for that. All the great questions that he's had. It's been a pleasure working with you, and the legacy that you are setting up for Alex, who is here tonight, is a big one, and one that will be sustainable into the future. So thank you. You've really changed the direction of this position moving forward in our school district. That's a big job.
Absolutely. Next, we'd like to read the resolution for Eli Ramer. Eli, would you like to stand at the podium and we'll read it for you? Sure. And then afterwards, if you'd like to say a few words, we'll do that. Whereas Eli Ramer, a senior at Beverly Hills High School, served as student board member of the Board of Education June 2021 through June 2022, and whereas Eli Ramer, elected by his school peers, was the student representative for all students in the Beverly Hills Unified School District, and whereas he fulfilled his youth leadership role in a professional manner, diligently keeping informed on all issues, and whereas Eli was an advocate for empowering new responsibilities and expanded the role of his student board member term, and whereas Eli was an intelligent, bright spokesperson for all students who provided knowledgeable comments and meaningful contributions to the board meetings, and whereas he demonstrated commitment, perseverance, and a tremendous amount of flexibility as he updated board policy and the governance handbook. Now therefore be it resolved that the Beverly Hills Unified School District Board of Education does hereby commend Eli Ramer for his contributions to the Board of Education as the student representative with this resolution presented this 14th day of June, 2022. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for the presentation, the resolution. It's really more than I deserve.
Not so.
I have had a fantastic time this past year serving on this board. It's been sort of a dream of mine since I was in 8th grade. I watched my first board meeting with Jonathan Artal as the student board member, and I said, you know what, I can do that. And so I planned my high school trajectory around running for this position and hopefully coming into it, and here I am. So definitely a dream come true kind of thing. It's been a lot of fun. I really enjoy my time in these meetings. Mrs. Marcus and I have talked about that a couple of times, about how, I don't know, I have a for whatever reason, enjoy these kinds of settings and like sitting there for hours on end debating different topics, which is generally not something most people enjoy, but I definitely do. And this position definitely gave me access to lots of moments where I had time like that. I appreciated the flexibility of this board in allowing me to try to expand this position into other areas, serving on the Facilities and Construction Committee, on the Bylaw and Governance Handbook Review Committee. I had a lot of fun doing that, and I was really appreciative that I had the ability to do so. So thank you all very much. Thank you to the students at Beverly Hills High School for putting your trust in me. And just to BHUSD in general for 13 years of fantastic education. So thank you.
Wait, Eli, 1 second. President Wells, I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2021-2022-030.
I will second that.
And seconded by Gabe Halimi. All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Eli. We will miss you. Do you want to go around?
Well, I don't know there's much more that I can say because I, for one, am going to
There's a
miss
board
that young man. And I have this note here, if you don't look at it very often. No, I can't, I'm at a loss for words because I'm really gonna miss him. I've been here, this is my 4th school board member, and of all of them, and I loved them all, but this one really sets the bar very, very high. Almost so high as some people are gonna have some hard shoes to fill. So I want to wish him all the best. I know he's going to set the world on fire at Oberlin. I know it's going, well, I know he was choosing on a school in Minnesota. I'm sorry he never picked Minnesota. And, but Eli, the best of luck. I love you.
I've kind of said it. I mean, I think that you could have come onto this position with all of the other things that you've done and kind of just coasted and been the student representative on the board. But you weren't just that. You really were an active board member, and you've really but the word that comes to my mind is impact. You really not only pulled your weight, you made an impact here along with the other 5 board members, and I can't tell you how much that is appreciated. And just shows so much about your character, and really proud of you, and would be proud to serve with you again on any board. Thanks, Eli.
You're the first teenager I've ever met who actually says that they don't mind sitting for hours talking about intellectual topics, and I'm truly blown away. But I also want to say something, and it's about your mother, because I mean, he is a wonderful guy, but my hat goes off to you as well, because clearly, Mom, well done. I mean, I would be a sobbing mess right now, but you should just be, I know. But I'm just very impressed, and I'm very happy for you, and I really want to know where you go and what you do, and come back and advise us further. And we'll have a cameo appearance from you, but thank you for all you do. You did.
I think the true character of a successful student board member is whether or not that he or she could sit here as opposed to there. You could. So on behalf of the board and Dr. Breggy, I have a set of Ginsu knives. What, no. This is from us.
Thank you.
You can open it now, you can open it later.
I'll open it later.
And just so everybody knows, this little bench over here got us all something too.
Oh, you did that?
That's so sweet.
Wow.
Guy.
Oh, now Rebecca's gonna cry.
Eli, I'd like to just say I am so impressed by you, and I have to say, when you joined the board, it was just such a true joy for me to have you join the board. I feel like you've made such an incredible impact, and you really did bring so much to the board, and you really made all of us so much better, and it was noticeable. And it's just been such a pleasure serving on this board with you. So thank you so much, and I wish you all the best and best of luck in your future endeavors. And I know that you will be a success in whatever it is you choose to do. I'm going to let Dr. Brady make a comment, and then we also have a public comment for Eli, which I'd like to go to next.
So just a quick comment, because doing this for so long with new board members that come on, there's a big transition in what board members do and what they say and what they should do and what they shouldn't do. And there's like there's a lot to the job from my part of the job to keep and maintain everything kind of moving forward. So just to give you an idea of how serious Eli takes the job, is that he was, as you're new, you're getting, your feelers out, you're trying to get an understanding of what to do, what not to do. And I knew I had to intervene at this one point when Eli started to reach out to a principal and say, please share with me the vision that you have for teaching and learning in your school district. and how impressive that was, that you actually reached out because you truly wanted to know, like you really wanted to understand your role, understand your job, and yet you were willing to reach out to an authority figure to say, kind of want to get in your head a little bit and learn a little bit about, what your vision is for your school. And that was just incredibly impressive, and I still remember that to this day.
Okay, we have one public comment for Eli Ramer, and that's from Mandy Diner. So I'd like to ask her to please come up.
Who is that?
First off, thank you very much for having me here. And you all spoke so eloquently about Eli, and you were spot on. I've known Eli for quite some time, so I just wrote a little something for you, and I have a little something for you. Eli Ramer, oh, the places you'll go. As I stand here today before you and the board, I want to personally congratulate you on all your accomplishments at El Rodeo, Beverly Hills High School, and as a student board member of the Beverly Hills Unified School District. It has been such a delight and a pleasure to watch you grow. As the friendship between your mom and I evolved 12 years ago, so has the relationship between you and my family. From sleepovers, visiting museums, annual dinners at Benihana, Halloween, holidays, and the countless get-togethers, it has been such a joy spending these moments with you. When you enter Oberlin in the fall, I wish you the most success in your future endeavors. I'll leave you with a little excerpt from Dr. Seuss. Congratulations. Today is your day. You're off to great places. You are off and away. You have brains in your head. You have feet in your shoes. You can steer yourself any direction you choose. You're on your own, and you know what you know, and you are the guy who will decide where to go. So Eli, remain being that kind, loving, curious kid, and not only will you go places, but you will continue to attract many loved ones around you. I love and adore you. So I leave you with this, and you travel back to visit your mother and father and family. You must have a nice tough life. Oh, come here. Looking at mom.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is the BHUSD Community Spotlight. And first, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our different commissioners from the city, our Arts and Culture Commission, and our head commissioner, Deborah Frank, as well as Carla Gordy, and our Human Relations Commission, and Vice Chair Noel Freeman, as well as our next Beverly Hills Committee and the Chair, Tiffany Davis, and as well as Victoria Tate, and as well as Rose Kaiserman. So thank you all for being here. And I'm going to just start by reminding you all, as you may have seen last month, we introduced a new initiative, the Community Spotlight. The Community Spotlight is an opportunity for members of the BHUSD community to share their stories. Sharing our stories enables us to better connect as a community, celebrating not only our differences, but what intricately connects us. Pride Month is a celebration that is not all it is. During this month, we celebrate the progress that has been made so far for the LGBT plus people, but we also acknowledge that there is more to be done before equality can be achieved. As a school district, we recognize that everyone is welcome here. This month, all school sites and the district office are proudly flying the Progress Pride flag. Juneteenth is a federal holiday commemorating the end of slavery in the United States while honoring the culture and achievement of African Americans. You may not be aware of the incredible work and the significant ties BHUSD has to breaking down the barriers and making education accessible. I would first like to introduce our board colleague, Dr. Amanda Stern, who will speak about pride and the life she shares with her family. And then we will hear from Victoria Tate, horseman parent and mom of Savvy, who will share a story about her family history at Beverly Hills High, followed by Carla Gordy Bristol. Carla is an Arts and Culture Commissioner, as I said, and she moved to Beverly Hills in 1971 and graduated from Beverly Vista and Beverly Hills High, as well as her two daughters, and she will share her history here at Beverly Hills with us as well. So first, I'd like to welcome Dr. Stern.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Thank you, everyone, for being here. So when we talk about pride, LGBTQ pride, for me, it's a bit of a misnomer because for me, I have pride today, not as necessarily an LGBTQ member, which I am, but more of a mundane reason, and that is that I share the pride of a lot of people, which is that I have managed to create a loving family and home. I've been with my partner for over 11 years, and just recently, as you can see, after 11 years, we finally decided to get married. We forced the children to come. Even one of them chose to wear his specialized pants with the very nice tears, and there you have it. There's the family. So we, yes, 11 years we've been together, and we have. I take pride, again, not so much as being a member of that community, so much as the pride of being able to have a family that shares values of happiness and youth. Our children are thriving, and that we are able to be civically minded and involved in our community here in this great town. And some pride that I do have is that I did have the courage when I was, let's say, 6 years old, and my twin sister, who is heterosexual, my twin sister and I went to see Grease, and we came out, and I remember that she was totally in love with John Travolta, and I was in love with Olivia Newton-John. And so when I say pride, I said that I had the courage to acknowledge what resonated with me personally. And that I was able to embrace who I am, despite that it's not the most common affiliation that someone can have, although it's increasingly common. It wasn't in 1978. But I did know after that Grease movie, Sandra Dee, she was very pretty. Okay. But I also, I am proud, as I said, that my partner and I, who is a woman, that we have had a lasting relationship, and we continue to share all the same values that many unions have that are committed in all senses of the word, through sickness and through health. Through the thick of it, the thin of it, happiness, ups and downs. And so it's actually, my pride is actually a more mundane type of pride, in that I take the pride that a lot of people have when they nurture a family and are civic minded and all the things that I personally care about. So that is all I would like to say, but I am also very happy that a year ago we did do the resolution for it to be what's the right word? We recognize it as a district, and I know that there are rainbow flags flying at the schools, and I'm very happy about that. And I also want to say that as a member of this community, I certainly don't speak for or represent everyone in that community. We are as different as any other group of people. In fact, some of the people I most relate to or who are most like me, in fact, are not in same-sex relationships, for what it's worth. So it's an interesting thing, but I'm very happy and grateful to be here today and to talk a little bit about my experience. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mandy. Next, we're going to hear from Victoria. Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to try not to be before you guys too long. I don't like public speaking, which is hilarious because I work in law. So I prefer courtrooms over this. So I'm a little bit nervous. Just wanted to speak about some family history, and not just family history, but history that I feel Beverly Hills should be very proud of. Beverly Hills is very unique in that, unlike the other cities and districts in California, Beverly Hills is the only one that did not have to be federally mandated to integrate. What happened is the children who were at the Beverly Hills High School, some of them themselves were Holocaust survivors, and a majority of them had parents who were Holocaust survivors. And when they got here, and they would see the news, and they would see the civil rights movement and how African Americans were being treated, they wrote up a petition, and they walked out of school, and they demanded for their city council and their leaders, bring the black children and the black students here. We understand we have a similar background of oppression, of hurt. Bring them here. So what happened is Laus Suter, he was one of the first, actually he was the first African-American art teacher at Beverly Hills High School. And what he did is he started the multicultural program, and he would get students permitted from areas like Baldwin Hills and other affluent black areas and bring their students here to integrate with the students here at Beverly Hills. And just like the importance Mary had mentioned earlier about Juneteenth in the small town of Galveston, Texas, where they celebrate and they go big and they go hard for Juneteenth because their small town community knows the excitement and the feeling they got, and they want to remember that history when they were told, you're free. I think with that same type of vigor and pride, Beverly Hills should have as well, because it speaks volumes and it's something to be proud of. Where there were traumatic events, Ruby Bridges had to have the federal government come in and police escort her. It was not like that here. The students on their own initiative said, bring them here. And the children, so the Jewish students got to learn through the black students' point of views of what they went through and the whole civil rights movements, past history about slavery. And the black students had no idea about the Holocaust, so they got to learn that. And they got to see their friends' parents with the numbers on their arms. And from that, they viewed each other through the same lens and said, we're not different, we're the same. And they bonded, and they made lifelong friendships that still exist today. Like, you will see them at Portavias, and they will drink you under the table. And their minds, like I have been called a few times from my cousin Suter. A family member will call me and like, go tell them to wrap it up. So I'll go down to Portavias and be like, it's enough. So Laus Suter, he was born November 29th, 1924. He died November 8th, 2011. He made it to 86. He is still survived by his wife, Joan, who's in her 90s. She still drives. She's regularly active at the golf course and her club in Palm Springs. And their 3 children, Michael, Eric, and Suzanne. And I am very honored to be able to sit on a committee like NEXT, where they're pushing initiatives to bring awareness to events like this and to bring awareness to our cultural history like this. And we're in the works of having a celebration because this August will be the 50th anniversary for those first students who integrated. And their class, they have amazing stories. Unlike other integration stories that are traumatic, this is a beautiful story. It just happened organically, naturally, and some very, very successful people have come through those doors. You have Benny Medina, you have Lisa Stanley, who is the DJ or the host of K-Earth 101. You have law professors, you have political commentators, you have tons of actors and actresses. The attorney for Denzel Washington was a part of that first graduating class. The Gordy family came in when Berry Gordy came in and brought Motown with them and gave Beverly Hills the gift of Motown. And from there, you have the first graduating class. You have Hazel Gordy. You also get the Robinsons. That trickled down. They brought in, Claudette and Smokey Robinson brought in their children. They had the money and ability to bring their children anywhere, but they chose these public schools. And I give credit also to Horace Mann Elementary because for Black History Month, they allowed some of these members to come and speak to the children. And some parents were afraid that integration is kind of scary. They're fourth, fifth graders, they might not be ready. But when the students heard the story, they were so excited. And I had one student run to me after school, and he's a Persian Jewish young man, and he said, "So Miss Tate, does this mean I'm a part of Black history?" And I was like, "Yeah, you're an American, it's American history, it's our history." And he was so proud, and he was like, "So the Jewish students, they really did this?" And I said, "Yes, they did." And he was so happy. And then from those stories being shared and the pictures, there's a student, Nirab, and we found out through sharing that a kid went home and was like, "Oh, we learned about this. Oh, in this picture, this kind of looked like Grandpa." And the mom was like, "'Cause it is." So, and she didn't even know about this. So it's opening discussions and stories and bringing good memories and bonding the 50th class or 50th generation to the younger generation who are reaching out, tell me more about this, because now some of their parents may have passed or their parents didn't talk about it, and it's just something to be proud of. And I hope in August everybody can come out and learn more and celebrate and have a good time when we keep these discussions going.
Thank you so much, Victoria. And next, we're going to hear from Carla Gordy Bristol. And Carla, thank you so much for coming today. I know I asked you the last minute today, and I really appreciate you making the time to be here.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Yeah, I think it was an hour ago, right? It's supposed to be an award show. I said, detour. Okay, well, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this evening and have a chance to speak about my personal experience growing up in Beverly Hills, attending the school district, and I know a lot of what Victoria just talked about, as Hazel Gordy, she mentioned, is my cousin. And the Gordy family did move here from Detroit, Michigan in '69 and landed from Detroit into Beverly Hills. So that is what brought me here in 1970, actually. I was so happy to attend Beverly Vista, a fabulous school, go Bulldogs. Yeah, and then became a Norman, and I was on the Advanced Dance Theater Group and just very engaged with the school, still in touch with a lot of my friends from then, which is what's so great about Beverly Hills and our community. So I'd like to tell you, do you want to know more about that part of it, you said? My mother picked Beverly Hills because actually two of her aunts bought houses here, and she wanted to be near them. She visited them and immediately fell in love with the city and said, "Let me get out of Detroit and come to Beverly Hills with you." And they gave her a job at Motown, and that's what landed us here. So I'm going to talk more, though, about Juneteenth, which is what I really want to get into. On Monday, June 20th, the country will celebrate the newest federal holiday, affectionately called Juneteenth. The holiday was signed into law by President Joe Biden last year in June. Though many people did celebrate it for many years in Texas, the world now knows about it, if they did not, especially the United States. And we want to make sure Beverly Hills is a city and community that embraces and celebrates it. Juneteenth commemorates June 19th, 1865, which is the official freeing of enslaved people in Texas, the very last in the country to be told they had been freed. And it is one of the most important events in American history. June 19th, fondly called, is how they come up with Juneteenth. They combine the two. And Juneteenth marks the day when federal troops finally arrived in Galveston, Texas in 1865 to take control of the state and ensure that all enslaved people would be freed. The troops' arrival came a full 2.5 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. So that means for 2 years, people that were free were still being enslaved and not knowing that they were freed. The Emancipation Proclamation was issued by President Abraham Lincoln on January 1st, 1863, which is actually the official day of freedom for Black people in the country. And that established that all enslaved people in the Confederate States were in rebellion against the Union shall then be thenceforward and forever be free. Black people were no longer enslaved, but new laws ensured they would still have to work to support plantation owners instead of enjoying the benefits of land ownership themselves. And of course, this had lasting effects, influencing even today's wealth and inequities that you hear about. This is how far back it goes. Juneteenth is also referred to as Juneteenth National Independence Day, also known as Emancipation Day and Freedom Day. You'll hear all of these different words connected to this day of celebration, and it's considered to be the longest running Black American holiday. It has been celebrated in Texas and all other United States for many years. Happy Juneteenth to everyone. Please celebrate, embrace it. And as a member of the Arts and Culture Commission, today we had our meeting today at 10. Recognize our chair, who just stepped down as chair after a wonderful year, Deborah Frank. We did talk about it in our meeting, and we're having a concert as part of Make Music Day on June 21st at the Beverly Cannon Gardens and around the city. You'll see performances and concerts, but on Thursday, we of course have a band called Soulful Noise, I think is the name, and it's going to have some soul music and all other, and it's going to be celebrating Juneteenth, and it runs through mid-August, August 25th. You'll have concerts every Thursday, so we hope you come out and celebrate culture, embrace Juneteenth, and celebrate Beverly Hills.
Thank you so much, Carla. Does anybody want to get up and make any comments, or I'll go around the board? Eli?
Is my mic on? Maybe. It's fine. I just want to say that I really appreciate how BHUSD is now taking steps to really recognize these very important holidays and months of recognition, as well as with the implementation of the community spotlight, so that the community and the school district really understand the importance of these holidays and of these months of recognition and such, especially both Pride Month and Juneteenth. So thank you very much to our speakers for coming in today and telling why these are so impactful to them, and also why they should be so impactful to everyone else. So thank you.
We go way back. Well, I have to tell you, I'm going to ditto the words that my illustrious board member just mentioned. I would like to say that I was going to take this moment and make it a teaching moment also, and I was going to present all those facts that Carla so beautifully gave, so I have lost my job as a teacher for that time. I would like to say there is one state, as well as the District of Columbia, that do not celebrate Juneteenth Day, which I found to be, that was an additional, it says all but one state, as well as the district, recognize the milestone, but one does not. And I don't know, I looked for it, I couldn't find it. I will continue to pursue it. And I would like to tell you, Ms. Wells, how appreciative we are about bringing this particular project of every month, because there will be many such months that we probably aren't even aware of what that month's significance might be. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of them and being able to learn more about some of these special months that or days sometimes, or weeks, which we don't recognize or don't really make a note of. So, and make meaningful to us. So I really was I was particularly in Victoria, on your presentation, I was thinking about two students that I go way back. that I had at Horseman School when I was teaching PE. I had two students. Their name, I don't know if you ever knew them. They were named Renee and Mona Golubeck. They are renowned concert pianists. But I learned about them that their mother was on the Kinder transport that was from Germany, and it wasn't, if she hadn't been saved, we would not be listening to these two concert pianists. Well, unfortunately, one passed away. But that was my first encounter with someone so close to, and having been transported from her parents to Britain and living on, some Willisby Lane or something like that. And the fact that we're bringing together both communities is amazing. So I appreciate your being here today. And I wanted to tell you about the story of the Golubeck sisters. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Carla, and thank you for bringing this out.
I'll try not to repeat the comments of my board members because I wholeheartedly agree. I just want to thank President Wells again for spotlighting this. Thank you, Mandy, for sharing your story. I really wanted to thank Victoria because I've been part of this Beverly Hills community. I went to these schools and I never knew that story about how the Black community was first brought into the schools. And I think it's such a part of the American story, like love, tolerance, embracing, like bringing each other up. But it's such a part of the Beverly Hills story, and it's just like it's such a part of who we are as part of this community. And it's like stories like that are so important. So I can't wait for August. Please keep us posted when that event comes up. But thank you, Victoria, for being here. To thank you, Carla, as well, for sharing to your story. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Can I say a comment on that?
Yeah.
Of course.
I wouldn't say they brought Black community because I was here long before that program. Many Blacks live in Beverly Hills, but not the number that came as a result of that program. So it did allow for many more to come and allowed me to then actually get to know another community myself.
Amazing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wells. I like this spotlight. I mean, I don't like being in the spotlight, but I mean, I like I like the concept, and I thank you, and I enjoyed very much hearing from you, both of you as much. So thank you.
Thank you all for sharing. Rochelle, to answer your question, South Dakota. And this is my official Beatles All You Need Is Love tie that I wore in honor of today.
Nice. Well, I would like to, first I'd like to thank Mandy for speaking tonight. I just think I am so proud of you for speaking and taking such a leadership role this evening as a board member. I think that was, I know you just said you don't want to be in the spotlight and how difficult that is, but I'm really proud of you and I really appreciate what you did this evening. So thank you. And my daughter thanks you. Because I have a daughter who's LGBT, and I just think it's really important to share these stories. And then I'd like to thank Victoria and Carla as well. I think that for me, sitting here tonight and hearing the conversations that it sparks, it's just really fulfilling for me to see this happen because this is really the goal. And I'm really grateful for you to take the time to be here tonight. I know it was very last minute, but it's so worthwhile. And so thank you. And I really hope that we continue these conversations and can celebrate our history that we have together and the richness that we share here in Beverly Hills.
My quick thank you as well to Victoria, Carla, and also to Mandy. You know, we live in this really unpredictable culture right now. It's toxic at times. And I think that, you know, when I'm listening to these stories, you know, I just think about that it really takes someone to be brave to be able to share this information. And it shouldn't be like that at all in a small community. And so I appreciate those stories, you sharing that information. And I think also that as superintendent, I'm always hoping that there are a bunch of takeaways from our meetings because sometimes they're formal. You know, it's a business meeting in public, but I'm always hoping that there's information. Somebody always learns something about our school district when they come here or they're online. And I think really tonight, through the power of storytelling, that we're able to demonstrate that. And when you think of your favorite teachers, you often think about the storytelling that's done in the classroom. And that was done tonight. And I think that really wakes up people, and people really listen through storytelling. And that was really meaningful tonight. So thank you.
Anyone else for any comments? All right. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Okay, the next item. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next item on our agenda is public hearing, and we have Mr. Roach.
President Wells, members of the board, the public hearing tonight on developer fee justification report. We've had no public comment on this report. We do have Mr. Murray from King Consulting if the board has any questions about the report.
Board members, does anyone have any questions? Mr. Halimi?
But thank you for being here, Mr. Murray and Mr. Wade. I did have a question. So, just to make sure I understand this, so we're capped at how much we can get, and that's $4.79 a square foot. That's set by at the forces outside of Beverly Hills.
Correct.
Right?
I'll let Mr. Murray answer that much better.
The state allocation board every other year, so even numbered years in January, assesses inflation and construction cost indexes and sets that statutory amount. And regardless, your study shows that you are that the numbers pencil out to a higher amount, but you're capped at that $4.79.
Right. Not surprising that we're at 642, which is higher than the 479. But irregardless, one thing that I did note in the document was that it was estimated by the Southern California Association of Governments that we'll have 700 new residential units over the next 20 years. That is remarkably low, considering what I know about how many new residential units are required by the state to come, how many are already in the pipeline that have already been approved. So that 700 that was noted in the document will not stop us from getting the development fees for any new residential units that come online. That was just an estimate that was thrown out. But because, but just in doing some quick research, I think one Beverly Hills has almost 400 units. So it's got to be way above 700. Am I right here?
Mr. Murray?
Oh, yes. I think a lot of that did come from having a kind of published source. We felt that was a more reliable one to go with. And since the calculations are on just the impact of each student that's generated based on an average rate, so the number of units, you're correct, has no bearing on what you can collect down the road. And if in a couple of years we can kind of work with the city of Beverly Hills to get a kind of more precise estimate for the 2024 version of this, we'd certainly be happy to put that in. But in this case, your regional association of governments had provided an estimate that just allowed us to demonstrate just with this kind of formulaic process just what that impact would be and how that correlates to the additional modernization needs that you would still have to maintain a certain number of classrooms that otherwise you just would not need from the students generated, and that per student cost and that average rate of students generated from units, whether it's 700 or whether it winds up being substantially more over 20 years, is still the same per student impact, which is justified in your study here.
So are we using the 700 units and the 1250 on average square feet? Like, is that what we're using for our forecasting to purposes for how much we think we're going to get into developer fees?
So we do use that. It's a rough estimate. Our intent is to work more closely with the city of Beverly Hills, especially coming up. There are some large projects on the horizon. Right. So we're going to make a concerted effort to really work closely with our partners over there to tighten up our estimates as far as revenue coming in.
Okay, great, because there's but SB 9, there's SB 10, there's all these new laws that are coming. Okay, thank you, Wade. Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Mr. Margot?
Yeah, just a quick question. When we recently had our demographic study done, we had projected a decline in enrollment. So I'm curious on how this 151 generated expected students plays into that decline from the other report.
That's a great question, and since Mr. Murray did your demographic study, I'll let him
Which
answer
I
that.
knew.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Roach. But yeah, no, in this case, this is actually, I would say, very common in a lot of the districts for which we're doing developer fee studies, is to show that that justification is kind of independent of whether a district is increasing or decreasing in enrollment. But as I mentioned, this is justified based on the need to maintain an existing level of service from your facilities, so that students who are there now versus students who won't be generated for 10, 15, or 20 years can expect that comparable kind of facilities service. And again, absent these students being generated from development, that is still a certain amount of facilities that you would, again, absent their being generated and enrolling in your schools, requires you to maintain more facilities than you would otherwise at that current existing level of service. So that's really what it boils down to. And that really is occurring outside of the paradigm of whether or not you're increasing in enrollment currently.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
So at this point, President Wells, we just need to open up the meeting up for public hearing, and then we'll be good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we are going to go to public hearing for the proposed local control accountability plan, as well the public hearing on the proposed 2022-2023 budget.
So President Wells, members of the board, there has been no public comment on the budget that is before you. As a note for the board and the public, the budget will be adopted along with the LCAP on June 28th.
Ditto.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to consent calendar. Does anyone have anything they'd like to pull from consent?
You got to get those orders in early, sir.
I apologize.
It's okay.
Can we pull DRNT?
DRNT, okay.
Anyone else?
Do you have any?
Me? No.
Yeah. Okay.
So may I have a motion for approval of the consent minus DRNT?
So moved.
I will second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Mr. Ramer.
So
May-
I'll make a motion for the approval of the renewal of Zoom virtual meeting platform.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
The motion was made by Mr. Margot and seconded by Mr. Halimi. Mr. Halimi?
Yeah. First, I wanted to start by apologizing to the administration because this was a simple question that I should have sent in advance and I didn't. So I apologize for that. I will work on trying to review the packet earlier. Just looking at the quote for Zoom, I was curious that lines 3 and 4 appear to be identical. One is for 3,500, one is for 300. There's a charge for the 300, but there's no charge for the 3,500. I'm just curious kind of how this works. I don't even know if David's here. Oh, there you are.
I have to look at it too because it's been a while since I've looked at it.
Yep.
So the 3,500 is
Is that for the students? And
Yeah,
therefore
it
it's
covers
free for students, maybe. And
Yeah, the way the licensing works, it's really just one licensing fee for $3,500. That covers the whole organization, and I think that annual $300 is included. So you have 3,500 licenses. That it gives everybody a license everyone that we choose to license a license for up to 300 people in one meeting. So you can. There's a limit. That's why we have that other additional cost for larger meetings. So we were holding meetings for, large events. We kept those licenses for one additional year, partly because the way they discounted the pricing for us. If we took that away, it wouldn't necessarily make the price better for us in the coming year. They have kind of an odd licensing model, but this is about what we paid for licensing. In fact, I think it's exactly what we paid for licensing for Zoom for last year.
Okay.
So everybody that has a license, whether it's an adult or a student, can host up to 300 people in any one meeting, and they represent that there on those two lines. That's the way they explained it to me.
Okay, right. Typically, I just wouldn't expect that the students would need to host meetings for up to 300 people. That just seems like
they generally don't. Initially when everything went virtual, the idea was that the organization we might need to license everyone who was participating, whether they were a student or an adult. The way it really works now is that we really provision licensing for the adults who are running Zoom meetings. Right. We have some students that we license at the high school and even the middle school level because of virtual learning or other things that they're doing that would require them to have a little bit more functionality and features. Otherwise, we're providing basic licensing to students. So, but again, there are tiers of enrollment with Zoom. So taking all the students out of the equation or reducing that number doesn't really give us a great deal of leverage with costs. So we just left everything the same for another year. And then I think what the board should probably consider is whether they want to continue to support Zoom as a meeting platform in fiscal year 22-23. Is that right? 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24. Sorry, I'm losing track of my years. Because we also have Google Meet, which is part of our Google Enterprise, and we have Microsoft licensing too, and it has a meeting platform. So just felt like maybe giving everybody another year to kind of see where things are going, and then a decision probably needs to be revisited about whether we want to continue to purchase this.
Yeah, that was going to be the next question, whether we have used the Google Meet platform, because that seems to work pretty well too.
Yeah, we do, and we still have some teachers that use it, but the organization sort of at large went with Zoom in the beginning of the pandemic, and we just didn't want to sort of change cruise ships halfway across the ocean.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Excuse me 1 minute, Mr. D'Amico. I wanted to ask you one question, and I've not availed myself of it at any point during the time that we've been on Zoom. But did board members have an option to use the Zoom at any time, or are we not as a board member?
Sure, anyone in the organization with a BHUSD.org address or BHUSD.com address can be given a Zoom license, and I thought we provisioned all the board members, but I can double check. Yeah, I think you all have Zoom licenses.
I guess I never used it, so never needed it, but just was wondering about it.
Yep.
I'm not exactly. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if it didn't really matter, but these licenses allow people to hold meetings for long periods of time.
You have an unlimited amount of time on a meeting if you're licensed, yes.
I don't think this one, it doesn't really matter at this point, but I don't think a license was ever added to my board email, because I held a meeting for board bylaw review, and it capped me at 40 minutes, which was kind of odd. So I'm not sure if it got to everyone else, but...
And let me just say, and we're working through cleaning this up, but when Zoom first did this at the beginning of the pandemic, they gave licenses to anybody who asked, free licenses. And a lot of our students signed up for those licenses with Zoom.us. And so what we've encountered is a problem when kids want to join Zoom meetings that teachers are even holding now. Zoom says you already have a license, please contact your administrator. And so the kids have to go and they have to tell Zoom US, please change my email address, please, here's my personal one, and then I can provision a license for BHUSD.com, and then that free limit that they put, or the limit they put on the free licensing, goes away.
So the last thing that I'll say here is, I believe, because I used to a contract with Zoom for my business, I believe if you cancel licenses midterm, you could still get a refund for them. So in the event that we end up not using as many of these licenses throughout the year, I think we could get credited back, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if it works that way with Enterprise, but we can check. I can find out.
Okay.
I'll find out.
Just curious.
Okay.
But thank you for
You're
answering my
welcome.
questions. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion
I'm gonna
passes.
abstain.
Motion passes 4-1.
401 if he abstains. Right?
You're abstaining?
I'm abstaining, yeah.
Okay, 4-0 with the preferential vote from Eli Ramer.
And then that abstention from Noah.
An abstention from Noah Margo. Thank you. To do math on the dais. All right.
So R, motion to approve professional service agreement.
Carey.
Thank you.
May I have a second?
Second.
Motion was made by Mr. Margo and seconded by Gabe Halimi. Gabe, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah. I have no issue with the contract with Fury Carey. However, it did come to the board's attention that the same individual that here was, I guess, contracted with for $20 an hour was billed to via the construction program for $185 an hour.
I saw that.
And, we've talked a lot as a board about transparency in our construction program, about oversight with our construction program. And I don't have a question. I just want to highlight for the community, this is exactly what we're talking about. This is for the same person. And we're not talking about billing as a handyman and then billing as a senior partner at a lawyer, okay, as a lawyer at a law firm. We're talking about what I believe to be pretty similar services. Our bond manager billed us $185 an hour for the same person doing what I believe to be very similar work. So we took a vote in March to restructure this program, to do an RFP, to give us more oversight over this program. And this is exactly why. We cannot stick our heads in the sand when we see stuff like this. So I wanted to call it out. I want the community to be aware of it. I'm glad we're taking action. Just pointing that out. Thanks.
I wanted to mention also, Gabe, that I also detected that and was looking into it this afternoon because that was when I first discovered this and couldn't believe the two prices that we were paying. And that's where I first discovered was just this afternoon when I asked to see something. So I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad you pulled it to make everybody aware of what's going on.
Thank you, Gabe. I appreciate you highlighting it. It is a question that I asked in the board questions today, or yesterday, and I'm glad that we are moving forward with that. Any other questions or comments? All right, I will call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Eli Ramer. May I have a motion for approval of professional services
I move
agreement?
for the approval of a professional services agreement with Ryan Damavandi.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
The motion was made by Mrs. Marcus and seconded by Gabe Halimi. Mrs. Marcus?
Well, I was just going to echo the words that my friend Mr. Halimi, because that's the same thing that I picked up today when I was doing the other one, that this one also came to light. It was the exact same situation. So I'm glad that Mr. Halimi brought this out just now.
Well, I also want to thank my board members for asking the right questions, because it wasn't my question that got asked. I wasn't going to let it just be approved without calling it out. So, but thank you to my fellow board members for actually digging into this matter.
It's my understanding, though, at least for this contract, is the scope of services are much different between this contract and the other work being done.
Do you believe that it's worthy of being charged 4 or 5 times what the rate was?
I'm not justifying any specific rates. I'm just saying it's a completely different skill set of work.
I think it just shows that on its face, it's not reasonable that it's charged 4 or 5 times the rate that's being paid to the person. There is no explanation for that form of markup.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that point. I'm just
Another
saying, I just want to
thing-
be clear that the scope of the job is different.
I will concede.
That I would point out is that this same contract with Ryan last year, I believe it was last year, was at $20 an hour. So this is an increase in rate to $40 an hour. So at this time last year, we were being charged $20 an hour with the district and $185 an hour through TCDS. So it was even more of a markup through TCDS last year. Does anyone else have any other comments? All right, I will call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Eli Ramer. All right, next up on our agenda is the reports. Dr. Brady, would you like to do your superintendent report next?
Unless Mr. D'Amico would like to give the report
I
tonight.
see he's very excited.
Well,
We love hearing from you.
Go ahead. Okay, so shockingly short report. So, Mr. D'Amico, you didn't even have to sit down. I just want to highlight just culminating activity of the year for all of us. Very hard work for our students and also for our staff. So I just want to recognize through some pictures and some sharing here the graduation at Beverly Hills High School, which of course is a really comprehensive ceremony that takes several months throughout the year planning. So a shout out to Mr. Mead and to Amy Price for all of their work. Going into our promotions for Beverly Vista Middle School, which was exceptionally done and designed this year. It was really a really great experience for not only our students who were being awarded, but also for our parents and our school community. And it was really done well. The execution could not have been any better for Beverly Vista Middle School. Also, just some pictures. We went to an award ceremony for our 8th grade students, and we had an opportunity to collaborate with Mayor Bossi, who was giving away an inaugural award for leadership to 2 students, and these 2 students will also be attending, I believe it was this evening, the city council meeting this evening. They're being rewarded. Otherwise, many of us would have been there as well too, to support. But this was a new award, and we presented this award along with Mayor Bossi in front of all the students, the 8th grade students. Hawthorne promotion was really, really hot. And but a really well put together ceremony, and it was a great kickoff actually to several days of events, and then also our Horace Mann celebration as well. And just want to thank all of the hard work for putting these events together for us. The board and the cabinet are very fortunate that we're in roles where this is all put together by the site staff. And then this is one of the rare opportunities that we just get to show up, and we truly enjoyed each of the events and also the performances this entire the last week of school. This evening, it's on our agenda today for many of you that have been following along. We have been putting together and shaping policy around a new grandparent permit, and so that draft language is placed in front of our board tonight based on a study session that was held on June 6th and also some previous discussions that we've had with our board. I'm really proud of this permit because the shaping of the permit and the language really was based on a lot of feedback from not only the community, potential grandparents with grandchildren that have the opportunity to attend in BHUSD, but also really good conversation and dialogue with our Board of Education to help shape policy. Many times we're really restricted. There's a lot of parameters around policies working through the California School Board Association, but this was one of those rare opportunities that in this study session, the cabinet was able to collaborate with the board and have true discussion about what this permit looks like. And it's unique to the Beverly Hills Unified School District, and we're very proud of the work that we created and that we placed into policy. And I know that this evening there'll be some more discussion about this. We'll have Ms. Chisholm come up to the mic, and we'll have some discussion about the policy. And I would also add that we've been talking about this for a long time, and the cabinet is confident to get to communicate this information to our public. And so just want to remind the board of their opportunity that they have and the authority that the board has, that if the board is comfortable this evening, that they can waive their first right in reading to this policy and finalize it so that we can send out communication tomorrow. But no pressure. And thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any board comments?
Just thank you for your report, Dr. Breggy.
The only thing I noticed is the word "no pressure" because on the agreement that it says that the applications will start to be accepting tomorrow. So you put a little pressure on us. But other than that, I love the report and thank you very much. No other comments.
Mr. Halimi?
I do have some questions about what you said about the grandparent permits, but I'll wait till we get to the reading of that to ask those questions. I just wanted to say how disappointed I was to not be able to make the commencement and to not be able to make the promotions because my kids were sick and I didn't want to spread whatever was going around our house. But really proud of the school district. I saw loads of pictures and they look like amazing events, and I'm just sad I couldn't be there.
I want to say that I think this is the first superintendent report that did not once mention COVID. I mean, not even once. And I'm not trying to jinx us, but I'm just very grateful. So, and thank you for highlighting the beautiful promotion and graduation ceremonies. It was great. And I think a lot of us said to ourselves, isn't this great that we're actually in person? And even though, we're getting far away, but it just felt extra good and it was done very well. Yes, it was hot though. And I do recommend shade structures as is possible next year. Thank you.
Gabe, thank you for not getting us all sick. Yes. Appreciate it. And the heat was tad unbearable. So, I know that after the Hawthorne, I was burned. I had to wear a Panama hat for the rest of the day.
It looked good on you, though.
Well, thank you very much. Chris, you may know the answer to this. There was a little girl who spoke at Horseman, one of the speakers. She's in the bottom left of your picture that you put up there. I don't know who she is. I don't remember her name because it's all kind of a blur, but she was phenomenal. So I guess she's out of your hands now, but I was very impressed with the caliber of student that is leaving that school. So well done there, Huskies. We're not going to name names. It's a minor. She's amazing. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
I acknowledge her, please.
Anyway, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Breggy. All right. Without any further comments, then I will ask for Mr. Damacode, please.
Isn't it my turn?
Oh, our last student board report.
Well, you must have some report, Dave.
He's just, he's telegraphing to me. Eli, I with sadness, I will now turn it over to you.
Alrighty.
That actually came out.
I'll say there's lots and lots of overlap between mine and the report the board gave and the report that Dr. Breggy gave. So I'll kind of move through it pretty quickly. I just kind of wanted to use it as an opportunity to recap I can't share my screen. To recap my time on the board. But I'll get through it pretty quick, and I got a couple things on the end. Good? All right. Let's see. Perfect. Alrighty. So, the final one. I have some things later on that I'm very proud of, and I'll talk about it. But starting now with a new section we've never had before, which is board news.
Right back at ya.
But of course, starting with the past. Yeah. So I'm gonna move through it pretty quickly because a lot of it's already been said. But going all the way back to April of 2021, when the election was held. It's my slogan I've used since 6th grade. It's been always, it'll probably stick with me for quite some time. So I'm pretty happy with it. So moving forward, my installation, a lot of fun. I got the same outfit on now that I had on then. That was planned.
Still fits. Looks good.
Probably fits even better. Yeah. Multicultural festival also mentioned. Me with some constituents.
Great minds.
Site tours, definitely a lot of fun. I couldn't find pictures from the El Rodeo tour, but that also happened. Great to visit my double alma mater, I guess, moving back even further. Installation of a new board member we got to see. Opening of the Music Industry Center. Installation of our new officers. Supporting our programs. Thank you to Ms. Starkins for these photo collages. Bylaw revisions, unfortunately unphotographed, but it's in our hearts. Okay. BVMS promotion, definitely a lot of fun to see just how much it's changed, it changed from a graduation to a promotion and to just moving from the 4 different K-8s to the consolidated middle school. Very cool to see. Of course, the BHHS graduation. And then here we are. This is something I'm very proud of. I have a folder, and it's not every day that you get a new email to like start a new Google Drive with, so I really did my best, and you'll see on the next slide my best to organize it. So here are all the reports. They're in a folder called Board Reports. And then you see there are 3 folders at the top: Board Report Media, Branding Guides, and Slides Templates. So let me show you what we get into and then click on Board Report Media. I have all the pictures from every single one organized by date, and then within each of those by school and by color. I'm very proud of this, and usually
I'm so impressed, Eli.
You don't get to a fresh start with an email, but I got one last year, and I now get a new one with my Oberlin email I got, so I can do this all over again. I'm very excited.
Yeah, practice.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you doing this summer?
And on to the future. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? But I do know that this is definitely not the last that BHUSD has seen of me.
Yes.
And with this section, I have a thank you, but this thank you slide is more so an opportunity for me to give some shout outs to people who really made this this time so great and made it so much easier for me to do this job up here. One, the rest of the board for being so accommodating and allowing me to expand the role and to get involved. Same with Dr. Breggy and the cabinet. And of course, the site admins at Hawthorne and Horace Mann, specifically Mr. Regan and Ms. Kaber, for supplying me with media every other week to report on what's going on at those schools, as well as to the ASB at BVMS, Mr. Tinter, and their student body president this past year, Charlotte Cavey, for supplying me with information from BV. And then all the various club officers, ASB officers, and teachers who reach out to me from the high school to supply me with information there to allow me to give these reports to you, the board and the community every other week. It's always fun putting these together to see what's going on, and I'm very happy I was able to share it with everyone here. So thank you.
Mrs. Marcus, do you have any comments?
I have one word for you. You are a mensch. And I don't know if you know what that means, but for those of you that don't, it's the epitome of a compliment to somebody to call them a mensch. And you are the epitome of that. And it has been my pleasure to be with you. And I've said it before, and so I have given you the highest accolade I can. Thank you.
I'll second the mensch comment, and I'll also say I think you should be the second student board member that becomes a board member.
Nothing to add, but just thank you. Always great to see your reports.
I'm going to be following the Oberlin community closely now. See where you're poking your head out. Be funny to see you come back in a year, just visit us, and you got the long Oberlin hippie hair and going all crazy. It would just be ironic, but we'll see. We'll start a pool. Thank you, Eli.
Thank you, Eli. It's just such an overwhelming pleasure. I just can't say it enough. And I will just always treasure this time. So thank you.
Thanks again from myself and also from the cabinet as well. And please stay in touch.
Okay. Now.
And now, not David.
Yes.
Wow, that was a tough act to follow. We're moving on to our strategic plan update section of our board agenda. And I think it is only fitting that this evening I bring to you our strategic update in the subsection of the strategic plan for district culture around our parent communication and stakeholder and community relationships sections. I think that it was particularly appropriate that we had so many members from our community here this evening in person to be able to then share this update with you. I will note that our administrators take their summer vacation all at different times throughout the summer, so that not at one time do we have all of our administrators not on site. And so a few members from my team are not able to be here with me this evening, but I want to thank all of them for their participation. They have been absolutely instrumental in really implementing our strategic plan throughout the school sites from the school site level. And one of them has moved on to an incredible role with another school district, but he is featured in this video. So without further ado, I think I will hold all other comments till the end and run up there and share this video presentation with you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
My name is Rebecca Starkins, and I am the District Director of Public Relations. And part of that responsibility means that I can help our team to implement this strategic plan in a communications area. And we have a district culture subsection of the strategic plan, and that splits into two areas in communication. One of them is parent communication, and one of them is stakeholder relationships. Our overall 3-year goal is to create positive district culture, which promotes active learning, empathetic interactions, and maximizes community engagement. So this year, our specific action plan was to move from a more independent framework to a more collaborative model, especially with our parent communication.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Holberg, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at Hawthorne. Parent communication has always been a huge thing for me as a teacher, and I know it is for all of us as teachers. In the past, for me, the main form of parent communication has been through email or through sending paper version of important forms home. Parent Square has really helped kind of evolve just the basic email and paper format of things. A huge way that I use Parent Square in my classroom is to send home field trip forms. So I know across the whole 5th grade we do this. Instead of sending the paper version home, we send out an announcement and via Parent Square, and parents are able to access the actual field trip form. So it will show all of the field trip details, everything they need to know, and then at the end, they are able to fill out all of the information they need. Can their child attend? Health information, anything we need to know. It's great because it goes directly to the parents. We don't need to worry about students giving the form to their parents and possibly losing it. And it's also great because we can easily print out the information that's given to us. That was kind of a worry for me at first. How are we gonna have the paper version of it? But we can easily print it out and everything's there. So Parent Square has really been great for that, and that's the main way that I've been using it this year.
BHUSD's implementation of Parent Square has been key to our communication with our parents, our students, our teachers. Some of the features that I like most are the newsletters that we're able to send out, the diagnostics that we can use to track who has been reading. An immense improvement that we have having moved from SignalKit to Parent Square is that we can identify the specific people that we need to communicate with. If I've sent out a form that I need completed, previously with SignalKit, I had to send reminders out to everybody who already received the form. Parent Square allows us to send a reminder to just the people who need to complete the form, and I don't have to burden everyone else with the same information. We made the move from using Google Forms to Parent Square, and using Parent Square forms was much more convenient for parents and students alike because all of their information, their student name, contact information was all pre-filled for them, as opposed to Google Forms, which doesn't have that capacity. This makes things much easier and prevents us from having misspellings, having any incorrect data when we're collecting the responses.
So we're a small district in a small community, and if it is important enough that Dr. Brady wants to send a communication about it, it's probably important enough that all the different stakeholders are able to then receive the same information at the same time, even though it might not affect that specific school. An example of this might be if there's an emergency, if there's some sort of threat to public safety. It might be if there is something going on with graduation, with our promotion ceremonies. That's an area in which we would collaborate with our city partners, with BHPD, and with all of our school sites to ensure that that consistent messaging is delivered to every single stakeholder.
One of the other important features of Parent Square is that there's a sign-up feature where teachers can either ask for items to be sent to the classroom or they can ask for parent volunteers. And it's really a neat feature because the teacher can put that they need 3 pieces of construction paper and 5 bottles of glitter. And once those are filled, that's what the teacher will get. The other part is that teachers can ask for parent volunteers. And if they only need 1 or 2 parent volunteers, the Parent Square will cap that number and won't let any other parents volunteer after. Parent Square has been a huge help to our schools and our district during the pandemic. One of the great features is that we're able to streamline notifications to families if their student is exposed or has been in close contact of a positive COVID case. We're able to check to see who has received messages, if they've read the messages. We were able to create a variety of groups to be able to send specific information just to certain individuals that were affected so that it didn't have to go out to the whole Horace Mann community. Another good thing is that unlike email, Parent Square allows us to keep anonymity. In an email, you have to remember to put email addresses in BCC. If you don't, then everyone that's on the email knows who sent that email and who is involved. Often, rolling out technology to a large group of people can be a challenge. We were fortunate to have Parent Square during the pandemic, and we required all students to complete a health screening every day in Parent Square before they were allowed to come onto campus. This familiarized students and parents with Parent Square, and we've been able to utilize that knowledge to increase the amount of communication that we're using through Parent Square.
A really important part of our strategic plan was implementing our brand guide, and part of that is making our outward and inward facing communications immediately recognizable for all of our community. That can range from merch, the uniforms that we have in our athletics areas. It might be banners on a sports field. It could be communications and graphics that you're seeing on Instagram and social media. It could be things that are going out through Parent Square. It might be on paper and actually on envelopes. We've seen little baby onesies with our branding, and what has been been really successful in making this shift through reconfiguration and through the pandemic has been seeing areas from ASB to competitions to all over the nation, people purchasing merchandise and being able to instantly see this is a BHUSD school. Those fonts are consistent. Those logos are consistent. Everybody knows those colors, that vibe, oh, that must be the school district. And ensuring that we can communicate with the wider community really starts in that foundational principle of having the instant recognizability factor.
Implementing the BHUSD brand guidelines has increased visibility, creating a more identifiable school district within the wider Beverly Hills community and beyond. This could especially be seen through our athletics program when both BVMS and BHHS compete against schools throughout Southern California. Our gym was just redone and the branding in there looks phenomenal, both inside and out.
An example of how we've implemented our brand guide is our Who Do I Ask graphic, which Drew is going to speak to a little bit more now.
Pretty grateful for the Who Do I Ask graphic that we created a couple of years ago. It's a nice reference guide for parents and anybody really that want a roadmap for who they should get in touch with at the school. A lot of times there's confusion with who a parent or community member should reach out to. And we always try to do our best to connect them with the person as quickly as possible that will help be most helpful to them. The graphic does a good job with that. One of the things that I like about it is that it reinforces the fact that somebody should talk with the person most knowledgeable about what they have questions about, which makes sense, right? But sometimes if people are in a panic or if they are worried about a grade for their student, they just want answers quickly and don't necessarily know where to go. So it's imperative that we connect them with the person that will know the most. The way in which we try to foster a respectful relationship between our community, our faculty, staff, and students using this graphic, it serves as a reminder, I think, for all of us that there are channels of communication that are appropriate and those that are not, that there are respectful ways in which we talk with people, and that almost always it is best to talk to the person who it directly relates to, rather than sort of talking behind people's backs or going over people's heads. Connecting somebody with the immediate person that can hopefully help them with their concern. And then if the concern is still not fixed or validated, who would be next, is a way in which we try to build in sort of that respectful communication and a flow of sort of just in general how we would want our community and ourselves to speak with one another. Often, the way I'll use the graphic is in a response email to parents. So if they email me with a concern about a teacher, I will do what I can to try to sort of sometimes de-escalate how they're feeling or give them the information that they need. And then I will also attach the graphic to them so that they understand all the steps along the communication process and flow. There is always room for improvement in all the work that we do. If you have a growth mindset, we can always do better. So we try to use the graphic as a reminder. We try to communicate, using our words with families about who they should talk with. But one area that we can improve in always is to use it more, to utilize it more, make it more readily available. And one thing that we could do that would be easy is to include the graphic in each weekly newsletter that we send out from each of the school sites. The graphic is available on all of our websites. So on the district website, on each of the school websites, under a tab called Who Do I Ask? You just find that tab typically on one of the main pages, click that, and it'll take you right there.
A core principle that we hold in our communications department throughout the school district is meeting our stakeholders where they're at. That might be someone who's looking on Instagram at potentially becoming a student at our school. That might be a parent who really appreciates email and checking their email. It might be someone who is more into apps, and so they have downloaded the Parent Square app and receive all of their notifications that way. It might be through the newspaper, and an example of that is very recently we introduced an exploratory survey. And we looked at the demographics of the people who we needed to target for that survey. We are really fortunate at BHUSD that so many of our partners have taken on our branding also, whether it be our PTA, BHEF, our Education Foundation who raises money to support our programs within our schools. This is a great example of how our branding has gone far beyond just the specific schools, but to our partners throughout the city.
Hi, this is Mayor Lily Bossi, also a former alum of our Beverly Hills schools. Just wanted to say that I love that our school district is using Instagram and all social media platforms to connect with parents and connect with our residents, to share what's happening in our wonderful school district. It is the best way to communicate back and forth so everybody can really be informed in the new age of technology. So thank you, Beverly Hills Schools, for always being visionary. I love you, love our school district, love our parents. Thanks.
I'm Beverly Hills Police Chief Mark Steenbrook. BHPD and BHUSD have a strong partnership. Together, we believe in consistent communications and keeping our community informed. We both have the same goal of a safe, vibrant city where our kids can learn and thrive.
I'm Charles Black, president of the Rotary Club of Beverly Hills. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank our friends at the Beverly Hills Unified School District for their support and partnership over the past year. We've partnered with BHUSD on the Thanksgiving drive, the blanket drives, and even our Rotary Interact Club at Beverly Hills High School participated in several events as well. So BHUSD, thank you for all you do for Beverly Hills, for the community, and Rotary Club as well.
BHUSD's increased social media presence, as well as weekly newsletters, have really helped put BHEF back in the community's consciousness. Instagram is great, it's visual, it's immediate, parents know exactly what they need to know without scrolling. And with the weekly admin newsletters, it's incredibly useful to have that kind of support from the top down. As with any organization, you want to meet them where they are, and these additional methods of communication really enable us to share and highlight the district programs BHF supports, as well as to get the word out for our summer school and summer sports offerings.
Recently, we held a friend raiser. This was a great success for helping us become a greater part of the community. This was born from a recent City Council meeting that Dr. Scahn, our school principal, attended. She worked with our PTA to develop this friend raiser, which was just an opportunity to bring our local neighbors to the school, to see what our school's about, to see the activities that we're having, and to really build that friendship that we have between BVMS and our local neighbors.
A challenging area of communications is often measuring our goals. Using data, using analytics is absolutely critical. We don't have data from test scores. We're not in a position where our maintenance and operations team can show us, oh, look, we just built this wall or painted this room. So a really important factor that we use in communications are our Parent Square dashboards. These tell us whether we can reach the people who we're trying to reach. Is their phone number no longer working? In an emergency situation, can we get a hold of them? Is their email bouncing back? Do we need to address that? Is it somehow entering into someone's spam filter? And Parent Square gives us a weekly summary and report of this information. And at a glance from a district level, we can immediately see and address what is our reach and are we actually communicating with the people who it's telling us that we no longer have access to, so that we can address that and ensure that they do have all of the information that they need to be a part of our community. Moving from Parent Square to our other major area of communication, which would be Instagram and social media, it has great analytics that allow us to see and identify. Not only are we actually transcending the algorithm and reaching the people who are following us, but we're increasing our follower base. Across the board around the district, we're seeing a 20% increase in this year alone, which was part of our strategic plan goal, of followers to each of our accounts. However, special shout out to BVMS, who has increased by over 50%.
Hi, my name's Deborah. I'm a third grader and a kindergartner here at Hawthorne. I make sure to check the Hawthorne happenings every week because that's where I get my information about People Free Days, early dismissals, Spirit Week, are we supposed to wear hats tomorrow, is it Crazy Hair Day, and then all the things that we have planned upcoming for the week, all the special teachers that are going to come in and do programs with the kids, and it keeps me informed. And then on the Instagram page, I always like to check it out because typically I'll see pictures of my own kids and all the fun things they do around campus, like chicks in the classroom and pizza day that they earned for earning the most money or the most participation for something. And I love seeing all the kids, but it's extra fun when I see my own.
One of my favorite areas of the strategic plan is the inaugural Spring Festival that we are hoping to introduce within BHUSD. The pandemic took a huge hit on this idea. However, our planning has begun to hold a spring festival next year at one single school site. However, every school site will be a part of participating. You may have seen this year, yet again, our Pathways to Success guides published featuring all of the opportunities that our students have here at BHUSD. On this festival day, we want to see that guide come to life. We want to see areas like visual and performing arts, athletics, performances, all of our students and everything that they are participating in our schools, all in one place on one day for the community and the wider Beverly Hills community to come and participate and see what BHUSD has to offer. We are also looking forward to this day giving us an opportunity to partner with our wider stakeholders. This is the second major focus of our strategic plan for this year. This will include Rotary, the Chamber of Commerce for Beverly Hills, the City of Beverly Hills, the Police Department, the Fire Department, our very own Beverly Hills Education Foundation, our PTAs. We have so many incredible partners throughout the city and beyond. From alumni to residents to local businesses, we are looking to partner with the wider City of Beverly Hills and ensure that we can come together for a great day, a family day, for all ages coming together to celebrate Beverly Hills Unified School District. The final area that we'll be touching on today is a true culmination of the strategic plan, our new enrollment center. We wanted to make sure that prospective families who are looking to come to BHUSD have a one-stop shop to receive all of the information that they might need when they're considering whether they want to join our community. With a simple click of a button by going to bhusd.org and clicking on enrollment, you are then able to navigate to our values, a letter from Dr. Breggy, BHUSD at a glance, a school finder, which really helps our residents to ensure they are living within the district boundaries before making that move. You are able to also look at our prospective family tours, our Pathways to Success guides, a frequently asked questions tab, which really gives you more information about specifics no matter which age your child might be. In closing, I am thrilled to say that we have not only met but exceeded our goals within the strategic plan for parent communication, community and stakeholder relationships. However, one area of growth will be to better integrate these ideas as we further reach the end of the pandemic. We are excited to continue the progress that we've made in growing across the different platforms and truly meeting all of our stakeholders where they are at. A huge thank you to everyone. Who has decided to move on. He will be a principal at an elementary school, which is very exciting for him. So I'm excited to meet who'll be my new communications team member. Then we actually have at Hawthorne our principal, Sarah Kaver, who is stretched a little bit thin there. So normally it's an assistant principal who would take that position, really making sure that the communications at a school site is implemented, but she has led the charge and done a phenomenal job, as you saw in that video. So a special thank you to Josh, Drew, and Chris, though, who were part of this area of our strategic plan. Sarah was not, as she was in our instructional side of things with Mr. Seaman. So if we could take any questions or comments from the board, we would be happy to answer them. Mr. Regan.
Eli?
Thank you for the video. I love the video format that we've started to see. I think it really helps to capture every facet of whatever's being presented on, and this especially. So thank you for all the work that you've all done. I've definitely seen the increase in communication with my own eyes via Instagram and email, and it's very helpful, and I've gotten lots of positive feedback as well, so thank you for that.
That was an amazing report, I have to tell you. You did a fantastic job. It was comprehensive. It was informative. It was showing the importance of. It showed creative new ideas. It showed the achievements that you made. And I really have to, the one thing that I wrote as a note here is that your strategic plan achieved everything that you set out to do. I have to tell you, and it was presented in a wonderful way so that we could really see the progress and the work that was done there. and nobody's given enough credit to you yourself, Rebecca, because you're complimenting everybody else, but you're the force behind it. So let's remember that. Also, I'd like to make a comment only, and it's not. You've done so much for 22-23, the second year of there were 21-22. The third year is coming. I'm sure you've got some things planned for us up your sleeve, because you're amazing, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they are. And I can only thank you for what I consider to be a great report, and really letting us know that this particular strategic plan was in good hands. As they say in Allstate, we're in good hands.
Thank you.
Good hands with Starkins?
I don't want to spend too much time but echoing the thoughts of my colleagues, because I agree. But I especially wanted to call out the branding and the imagery and the consistency. That's something that I noticed immediately as I kind of re-engaged with the school district over the course of the last year, and just seeing that everywhere is awesome. I think it is very, very important, as I told to Dr. Breggy when I was kind of interviewing for the board role. And so I think that's awesome. I love the platforms that we've put together to be able to do like the proactive communication with our parents, and to see how that's being utilized. Obviously, we talked about at a previous board meeting, like the sex ed program, and how we could have maybe done a better job using the tool there, but we're going to keep getting better. And I love the fact that we have this framework, we have the tools, and we've been very proactive about that. So I'm just thrilled to see it. And also the enrollment center. I mean, I think that we've done such a good job getting the information out there. Again, I know there's more we can do. I'm excited to continue partnering with you, Rebecca. But really, thank you for your leadership. You again, like Ms. Marcus said, you highlight everyone else, but clearly you've been a tremendous driving force behind all of these initiatives, and really, really appreciate it. And I want a BHUSD hat.
I can arrange that.
I want.
Do you know somebody?
I want that.
Oh, here we go.
Happy to pay for it, but I want it. So
go to bhef.org and
Okay.
click on
Okay.
shop.
I will place my order.
That's what she's told me when I asked.
Perfect. I will place my order. Thank you.
One quick thing, though, is we've only scratched the surface on what Parent Square can do for our community. There's so many things that we're looking at rolling out for next year and the years in the future, because they keep growing as a company, and we just started using them. So we're looking at doing a whole lot of other innovative things with Parent Square in the future.
One of those I will shout out. Someone was asking me if this was a paid ad for them. It's not, but they're great. When everything happened recently in Texas, we had a moment of, are we doing everything we can? Are we doing everything we can to keep our students and staff safe? And full credit to Sarah Kaber, who said to me, what about the RSVP function in Parent Square? And she was hosting an event in the last week of school where all of the parents were invited to come on her campus. And that would involve, as Mr. Alice will be able to tell you, raptoring, we call it as a verb, which is a system that we use where we scan your ID and check that you are appropriate to come on our campus, every single person, which takes a lot of time. And so she used the Parent Square function with the RSVP function to allow parents to, we use the analogy of a TSA pre-check. And so they could show that upon entry and not have to go into the Raptor line. So absolutely great point, Mr. Regan. We've just scratched the surface, and I'm really excited to see where it can take us.
I also don't think you mentioned in your report all the work that was done over the last year with COVID, and how the communication has worked with parents, during that process, which was, again, I mean, I think we kind of set the bar as a school district for how we handled that. So thanks.
I have a lot of the same comments, but I want to say that, Rebecca, your talent and your passion has really given color, quite literally and figuratively, to everything we read and everything that's communicated to all members, whether they're employed here or they are parents or they are young people. I think that you really have just brought, when you look at the website and you look at all the materials and all the communications, it just really comes to life. And, we've all looked at a lot of websites for a bunch of different districts, and there's like 80 different districts I think in the LA metro area or LA, whatever. And they just are dull and dead compared to how much life is born into, and branding, and the consistency. So, you can look at the crest of each school and it coincides with different colors, and it really brings it to life. It's no small superficial thing. So good job. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Dr. Breggy, wonderfully delegated, as all of these strategic plan updates have been, but credit to you also, because you're at the top of all this. I did want to point out that I noticed that Rebecca got to film her scenes in her beautifully well-decorated office, and everybody else was relegated to the dungeon of a boardroom, as if they're not even allowed to step in that office. Well done. It's a beautiful office, Rebecca.
We filmed those, and Rebecca was doing other things. So Josh, Drew, and I filmed those there. And
oh, okay. You never even got an invite then, did you?
What's that?
You
They
never
were
got an
welcome
invite?
to use my office.
And we
I
were
see
just
what's
in
going
there.
on.
That was kind of where
It's
we
kind
were
of a little
working.
heavenly looking, Rebecca. You're a little heavenly
It was
up
kind
there.
of a requirement of my employment that I could. I said, "Can I just take everything out and pay for it myself?" And Dr. Breggy said, "Okay, is this Australian? Okay,
It works.
Thank you.
Well, Rebecca, I just want to say thank you. You, like Eli, but on a whole different level, you make all of us look and do better. So thank you so much. And thank you to your team and all that you've done. I just think when we look at the strategic plan and all that you've accomplished in this environment this year, especially during COVID, I think, last year was really hard, but this year was hard in a whole different way. I really thank you for all that you did with this communication. It just was so critical for us to get through this year, and we couldn't have done it without you and your team, and how well that you all did that this year. And that you achieved the goals that you did, and how successful that you have been. And, coming from a branding background, branding it's top notch. There's just no question about that. And I'm really excited to see the drive for having a greater presence in the city, in the community, and partnering with the city. I think the feedback from the city that I hear consistently it's just so positive. And I think we're in such a great place moving forward. And it's from all of these efforts. And thank you. Just really great. So keep up the great work, and kudos to all of you.
So my thank yous as well to Rebecca and to Chris, Josh, Sarah, and who am I forgetting? Drew. And Drew. One thing that you didn't get to see tonight through the presentation is that this has been a really long road. You get to see where we are now. You don't get to see where we were. And I remember a few years ago when the board consistently had an expectation that said, we offer just as much or more than private schools. We want to have that look and feel of a private school and school district. And so that was the expectation. And so this slow road in a place where there was incredible resistance. I cannot tell you how many meetings and how many planning meetings, and then we started to push this out very, very slowly. But the resistance was real, and there were tears, and there was pushback, and there was yelling, and there were people that didn't believe in where we are today. And there were many times where you can ask Rebecca this, that we wanted to almost give up at times because the resistance was so great. But slowly and surely we were consistent with our expectations, because it was important for people to get a better understanding of what this will look like, which is what you got to see tonight. I challenge anybody that's listening, anybody, to find another school district that is doing what we're doing in communications and that look and feel and the branding that we're doing. You don't hear me say this very often, because I think we're always reshaping our systems and getting them better. But I can tell you unequivocally, We are on the cutting edge of our communication, and what you saw tonight is evidence of just that. So thank you.
The hats are sold out.
What? I'll get right on that. Can I just close also by thanking all the stakeholders who agreed to appear in this video. I think it was so important to hear their voice from their perspective. And finally, my cabinet team, working with you, our cabinet team, but like as from my perspective, working with you is an absolute joy, and having your support in an area that is so often overlooked. Why does it have to look like this? As Dr. Breggy was saying, it's about the content, it's not about the appearance. I think that you've seen working with student services through our enrollment center, it really enhances the ability for our community to receive the information and the work that all of our teachers, our employees, our parents, our community members, and our students are putting forth. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay. Where am I? I'm lost. I'm lost in agenda.
We're ready for David's show. I won't jump up so fast.
Now we have to coax you.
So we're at item 14, technology services, and we're going to launch a new protocol with reading the rationale to the board for the items. So item 14A, approve new 5-year agreement for YBot wireless platform. Let me get to that. The rationale is approve new 5-year agreement for YBot wireless intelligence platform. YBot allows for real-time Wi-Fi monitoring, diagnostics, and troubleshooting. Given the number of users and devices on the BHUSD's wireless network, YBot will assist with monitoring security and troubleshooting problems, resulting in better network performance for end users. The fiscal impact is $37,600 out of IT General Fund. This covers equipment and service for 5 years, beginning in fiscal year 22-23 through fiscal year 26-27.
Great, thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
That for the whole 5 years, or is that per year?
That's
Prorated.
the whole 5 years.
So what price?
One price.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the new 5-year agreement for YBot wireless intelligence platform?
I'll motion to approve the 5-year agreement for YBot wireless intelligence platform.
I'll second.
All right, the motion was made by Mr. Halimi and seconded by Dr. Stern. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with preferential vote from Eli Ramer. Would you like to introduce the next one?
Yes, this is item 14B, approve new annual contract for Manage Engine AD Audit Plus. I don't want someone to think this is about attendance. Approve new annual contract for Manage Engine AD Audit Plus. AD Audit Plus audits Active Directory changes and helps organizations be compliant with regulatory requirements. AD Audit Plus also helps with data on security audits. And finally, it also helps us maintain historical data of user and administrator actions. The fiscal impact for this tool is $3,215, IT General Fund, fiscal year 22-23.
Mrs. Marcus?
Have we used this in the past, or is this a new company?
We've used the company. We're just bringing on a new tool that the company offers. And so we haven't used Audit Plus up until now. Actually, our Active Directory services weren't ready for a tool like this, and now they are.
Is this part of the, is this as a result of the audit that we had?
This is part of the IT security audit. It's one of the items in the recommendations is to have Active Directory management. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll call for a motion to approve.
I'll call to approve the new annual contract for Manage Engine AD Audit Plus.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Mrs. Marcus and seconded by Mr. Margot. Any discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Mr. Ramer.
This is for item 14C, approve new SHI agreement for DRAAS, or Data Recovery as a Service. DRAS provides the district with a disaster recovery solution in the event of a catastrophic loss of data due to fire, earthquake, or cyber attack. DRAS is a cloud-based solution that ensures data protection, limits downtime, and shortens recovery point objectives when a disaster happens. DRAS provides both an offsite backup location as well as the delivery of a replacement appliance that would allow the IT department to bring the district's operations back online within 48 to 72 hours. The contract includes the required recovery appliance, and that means the hardware and the premium support. The fiscal impact for this one is, excuse me just a minute, let me change the page because it was too long for me to. Yeah, can I look at that?
$82,900.
82,000. Thank you, Mrs. Marcus. $82,958.84. This is IT General Fund, and this is a 36-month term. So again, that $82,000 covers 36 months.
The question that I have is, up until now, have we had anything like this, or is this brand new, and is this part of what Mr. Margot referred to as part of the IT plan that we were presented for the strategic plan?
So we have a backup appliance that we use to back up files and other data, but we haven't. This is the first time where we have a sort of comprehensive backup recovery process that would allow us to maintain business operations after an event. And yes, it is part of the overall IT security strategic plan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Margot, did you have a question?
No, she asked it. I was going to ask Mr. Roach, is this also included in the upcoming revised budget, these numbers? Okay, thank you.
Is this recovery plan, is this the ideal? And, you know, like when we looked at like where are we today, where do we want to be, and like what's the ideal? Where is this in that spectrum?
So when you think about disaster recovery, you sort of want to have some layers of disaster recovery because you don't always know what the disaster is going to be, how comprehensive it will be, and what kind of disaster it will be. Mm-hmm. So what we had were sort of pieces of disaster recovery. And so I would say on a continuum of 1 to 5, having all the pieces is a 5, having none or one of the pieces is a 1. I would say this gets us to about a 3.5 or a 4.
Terrific. Any other questions? All right, I'll move for the approval of the new SHI agreement for DRAAS, Data Recovery as a Service.
I'll second the motion.
All right, the motion was made by myself and seconded by Mrs. Marcus. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with preferential vote from Eli Ramer. Thank you very much. Item 15, Personnel Services.
Can I make the motion?
Well, we're going to
have actually, I'm real quick. I'm going to jump in real quick to Board President Wells, board members. I apologize. I was living in a former district when I did this. Since our middle school students don't get credit for athletics, we actually do not need to make this resolution. So I would recommend that the board pull this resolution. I apologize.
Okay. May I have a motion to pull this resolution?
I move to pull approval of resolution number 2021-2022-029, authorizing assignments in accordance with Education Code 44258.7b.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Eli Ramer and seconded by Gabe Halimi. Any questions or discussion?
I just want to confirm, because my understanding from the bylaws that we're voting on or doing the first reading, I just want to make sure it's kosher for Eli to make the motion because this relates to personnel. So I'm not trying to squash it, Eli. I just want to make sure it's real.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's okay? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Eli Ramer. Next is item 16, and before we start, we have one public comment. This is from Nathan Kruger. Oh, you want to go before D? Okay. Okay. So 16, Business and Finance, we have Mr. Roach.
At the pleasure of President Wells and the board, I would like to ask that we do item 16B first, because it sets the stage for item 16A, if that's okay with the board.
Yes.
So item 16B is a staff recommends the insertion and update to the Construction and Facilities Policy and Procedures Manual. I'll read that insertion. An annual staffing plan shall be presented to the district superintendent or designee on or before May 15th of each year. The plan shall include the number of planned projects and dollar values of planned projects. The staffing plan shall designate whether staff are hourly or salaried. Hours charged shall be actual hours worked and shall exclude vacation, sick, overtime, and holiday time.
Okay. Any questions? Mrs. Marcus?
The only thing that this is supposed to be before May 15th, so my question is, how are we affected by this?
Well, going forward, this is going to be the policy after you adopt it tonight. And then for future staffing plans, and this is not related just to TCDS, but this is for our future program managers, we'll adhere to this policy.
Thank you.
Does that mean they don't have to submit a staffing plan till next May, or are we going to require that upon a contract?
We will require that upon the adoption of the contract.
So then it'll be a new staffing plan if it's going to change.
If
it
it's
has
needed.
to be. Okay.
Correct.
I don't know if the language in this what's in bold and quotes encompasses that a little bit. It seems you know what I'm saying? There seems to be a lot of exceptions now to a rule that we're about to put in place, as we're going to vote on a staffing plan right after this, after May 15th. We're going to have a staffing plan in place by a new management firm before May 15th. You know what I'm saying? I'm just wondering if this is...
Yes, Trustee Margot, I mean, this is not critical. This will not prevent you to vote on 16A. So if you prefer to table this and bring it back afterwards, that's appropriate also.
I still have a question. When we talk about the staffing plan, in many ways, this, in my mind, this is for your budgeting purposes. What I would like to see is that this can be adjusted throughout the course of a year. So as construction, for example, if it's in construction and you have program management, if there is a shift in the work, that staffing plan can shift based on the workload. So it's not set in stone. You're using a staffing plan at May, and the reason I'm asking actually is the reason that you need it by May 16th. It's for your budgeting purposes for the year, but it's not set in stone. It's a cap, so that you can still go back and suggest that if the hours are if there's too much in there, you can negotiate.
I think maybe we need to wordsmith the language, President Wells.
Right. I wouldn't want to be stuck with
correct. And May 15th actually is a little late for the budget if we were going to use this for a budget planning document.
So I'd want to look at that even further, because I wouldn't want us to not have the flexibility, because I think as the work flows, or perhaps that's not in the policy, but it's in the contract that we enter into with the different vendors that we are working with, where that language is that we have that ability.
Yeah, put the requirements for their staffing plans in their contracts. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Can we move to table this then?
Can do that.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to table item 16B.
I'll second.
Thank you.
So we'll move back to item 16A.
We have to vote on that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The motion was made by Mr. Margot and seconded by Eli Ramer.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one more question? I mean, this is really meant to apply to starting May 15th of next year, right? Like this does.
It's not even that now, because Mr. Roach explained that the May 15 date doesn't really help the budgeting process either. So
But it's really meant for a going forward basis, right? It's fine. that's fine. We can table it.
Well, I have a question about this because we're having discussion on it now. So what is the objective of addressing it in the policy manual? So because obviously there's something missing in the policy manual that we want to address. So what is the objective that we're trying to achieve by adding this into it? Because we need to address something in the policy manual.
It was a suggestion by Moss Adams in their recent audit that we update the policy manual to include the necessity of having the staffing plan. But we can, of course, modify the language to make it more appropriate for this district.
Right. So then so to that point, I suggest that we certainly come back with a language for it, and I'm okay with tabling it.
Great. Thank you.
Good.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Eli Ramer.
President Wells, members of the board, item 16A, business services staff have submitted for approval the attached TCDS staffing plan covering the remainder of the TCDS contract for the period from July 1st through July 17th. Submission of this staffing plan addresses comments in the recent Moss Adams audit report. The fiscal impact expected not to exceed $125,480, 50% from Measure E and 50% from Measure BH.
Questions? Mrs. Marcus? Mr. Ramer? Mr. Halimi? Dr. Stern? Mr. Margot?
Nope, but I'd like to make a motion.
I have a question. My questions were basically for the month of July. It's basically 10 working days, and when I look at that, for example, Don Blake is on that staffing plan at 100 hours, so that's 10-hour days. So he's working more than full time. I think it was the same for Lance Blair and for Mike Barbera. I think Mike Barbera was for 140 hours, so that's 14-hour days. And I believe in the contract there was something in the language about not working overtime or something to that effect in the contract. And you could maybe refresh my memory. So I understand that they're putting those hours in there, but likely they may not be billing for those hours, but I don't see the point of putting it in there in the first place.
In discussions with TCDS, they do expect to work some weekends over the last 2 weeks in July. And if they do, then under this agreement, we would pay for those hours worked. But there is some expectation that some members of the team, because of the transition going forward, some members of the team may elect to leave the team before July 17th or July 15th, actually. And so the team members that are remaining would need to work overtime on the projects that they're continuing to work on.
Can I make one more?
But then it seems to me the overall number of hours should be less.
One more thing. I'd like the heading on that from July 1st through July 27th to be created to July 17th.
Oh, good catch, Ms. Marcus. That was a typo, correct?
Right. I mean, I know it's just a small thing, but I feel we've seen this on the TCDS last plan as well, and I think Moss Adams called that out in the audit then about the hours being indicated in that way, if I recall. Do you remember? I think they might have mentioned something to that effect. So I would prefer that they put that in at a regular 40-hour work week, and if they want to work more hours, that they came back and made it an amendment or something to that effect.
So the language would include, or the plan would include, not to exceed 40 hours per employee.
Mm-hmm. And if so, then they would then without district approval.
We can make that amendment and bring it back on the 28th if that's the board's pleasure.
I would prefer that too.
So I'm going to vote no.
Well, is there any other questions before we go for the vote?
So are we going to vote no on this then because we're not going to accept it this way?
Or table.
Or table it.
Well, we can call for a vote, and I think didn't we move for this? No? Okay. So we don't have to we don't have to make a motion to vote on this, do we?
You could just table it,
Yeah.
President Wells.
We could table it if you like.
So I'll move to table item number 68, the TCDS staffing plan.
The motion was made by Mr. Halimi and seconded by Mrs. Marcus. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with preferential vote from Mr. Ramer.
I'm voting no on that, just so you know.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Motion passes 4-1 with the preferential vote from Eli Ramer.
Item 14C is the actual approval of the developer fee justification study that we spoke of earlier. The following developer fee justification study demonstrates that the district is justified in collecting the statutory level 1 residential and statutory commercial industrial fees on future developments. Once approved, this goes into effect in 60 days. The fiscal impact or change will be that the fees for residential development will go from $4.08 a square foot to $4.79 a square foot, and for commercial industrial from 66 cents per square foot to 79 cents per square foot.
I also move that.
Well, first, can we ask if there's any questions? Anyone?
I just, as stated earlier, I would hope that it's on many more than just 700 units over the next 20 years.
Any other questions?
Did we have a motion?
Not yet. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to approve the developer fee justification study.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Mrs. Marcus and seconded by Mr. Halimi. Any discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Eli Ramer. Okay, this brings us to 16D, and I will call up Mr. Kruger. And Mr. Kruger, you have 3 minutes.
I'll try to do it in 2.
Okay.
All right, hi everybody. So I'm speaking on behalf of the resolution for the Moss Adams audit. But what is the exact title of it, just so I can reference it?
It's an approval of agreement with Moss Adams.
Okay, so I am a member of the CBOC, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. I'm the vice chair along with Les Bronte this year. I've been in this role for about 1.5 years, and I will say it is a challenge to be a CBOC member, to provide oversight on a project that is many hundreds of millions of dollars. It is a beast. So it has been challenging just as a CBOC member to truly understand what's under the surface. What bills are coming through, what do they mean, and are they legitimate? So it's a very opaque process, and the challenge is it's passed on from board to board to board. And there isn't a lot of effective oversight, and it's no one person's fault, but it's the nature of the system. So what we've seen as we look at the Moss Adams audit, it was very clear that there was not great transparency in the billing. I'll just call out, in the contract, what we need to be performing, the contractor's price shall be based on the actual quotes and bids from the subcontractors. And it goes on in the contract that we signed with ProWest, as costs are incurred during the course of a project, cost accounting shall be updated to include actual costs incurred. But what's happened, and this is what Moss Adams will call out, subcontractors send their bills to ProWest, and then ProWest sends the invoices to the district. The challenge is, Moss Adams called out, no documentation as described was provided with the invoice submission to the district to substantiate the cost of the work incurred. So basically, we have no idea what the subcontractors have billed ProWest, and so there's no ability for us to truly understand if this project is truly costing what we're paying. So I'm just trying to use actual language from the Moss Adams report so that, but to simplify it, and I'll just go to the most recent B1, B2 audit. basically, in short, there was they identified, let me find it, an overbilling of $2.9 million just from B1, B2. And that was just initially scratching the surface. So when we have a cost overrun, and I don't know the exact figures, of $120 million, we need to scratch every surface. We have to turn every stone. We need every dollar possible. So we really need to continue an audit onto B3, B4, and El Rodeo, and really just have a full forensic audit. So please, it's $78 million. The return on investment for $78,000 will be very high.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kruger. Next, we'll hear from Rich Barron.
I don't have a lot more to say than Mr. Kruger, but I think it's imperative. You know, I've been on the CBOC for 6 years, and I'm not, you know, we're not speaking officially on behalf of the CBOC, but you know, you all will have a copy of our CBOC report that was produced and is out for vote at our meeting on Thursday, which you are all welcome. And the overall theme that came up is about transparency, you know, and everybody, stakeholders, board members, the whole district having information. And for the small amount of $78,000, when Moss Adams came up with that there's lodging and basically we have contractors spending money at hotels, you know, that I think people were kind of surprised, and I certainly was, and I know that spending money that wasn't directly in the contract. And I think it's important that we do a deep dive, see where we're at, get to the bottom of it, and it's, you know, for $78,000, and as a long-term member of the CBOC, $78,000 is peanuts when the first B1, B2 found a lot of overspending. So, you know, this is like an investment in the bond, you know, and definitely, you know, we all, Les Bronte couldn't be here today, but feel very strongly that in our report that will be approved, you know, has to be approved this month in format, is we are actually, it's in the report asking for this, actually full forensic audit. So, you know, we ask that the board support as much investigation, make sure that all stakeholders' money is spent appropriately and transparent, you know, and there's, you know, and that's what, you know, Moss Adams did a great job this year. You know, they did a deeper dive in, you know, with the B1, B2, and we want to continue that. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. All right. All right, so thank you. And Wade, now you can present to us what the approval of this agreement is.
I believe Nathan and Rich just introduced the item to the board. And as for several months, actually, since last summer, the CBOC has been talking about having this deeper dive, these additional audits. And this agreement with Moss Adams would allow Moss Adams to go ahead and look at those projects, B3, B4, Aerodeo, and actually oil wells and the work done on the south site to date, to see where we are, with cash flow as these projects continue.
Does anyone have any questions?
I have some comments, and I would like to, some things that I've said. The job of the CBOC, when they get these reports from Moss Adams and so on, it's basically a year later. So, in other words, the reports that the Moss Adams are generating for the CBOC is supposed to be watching that money spent for the bond issue or spent for the bond issue. And they're getting this information much later than they're, in other words, when they try to make out their report, it's already, the money has already been spent. And I'm agreeing with them that they're seeing things after the fact. The question is, how can we get ahead of it? And that's the thing, that so that we can stop it. And so I think by putting people on the alert that we're going to be doing this audit, that we may be able to get ahead of the game and maybe stop it. So that's just some of the thoughts that I had about that. And So,
Mr. Halimi, did you have questions?
No, I just wanted to thank to Mr. Kruger and to Mr. Barron for their comments, and I'd agree. I think it's money well spent.
I agree. I think that the audit of B1, B2 was very fruitful and showed us a certain pattern of conduct and of use of the funds, and I think that it would be therefore very prudent to have a similar type of deeper dive into B3, B4, El Rodeo, and the oil well construction projects.
Thank you. Being cautious with the words we choose right now when you're talking about investigating a current contract. To answer your question, lodging is a part of general conditions for a lot of contracts of these natures. How it's being spent, certainly up for debate. The information that CBOC receives every year, Mr. Roach, regardless of this particular audit that's here, are they deficient in any information that they are currently getting in order to do their job as a committee?
No, it's the nature of the CBOC is that they see the information in the audit after the fact,
right?
And that's how CBOCs are designed.
Right. So
it's within the scope of the CBOC.
Right. So this is not. Let me just be clear. If this is approved, this is being done at the board's behest, and it'll be the board's
Correct.
decision whether to allow that information to be examined by that committee.
Correct.
Correct.
This
I mean,
will
eventually it will be public anyway, but
correct.
It becomes back to us. What I'm concerned about is I don't know if the scope of work is going to give us the answers we're looking for per se, and I wanted to know if I couldn't find a time frame for the scope of work being proposed in this. What time frame are they looking at?
So in my discussions with Moss Adams, it's as soon as the board would approve these contracts and addendums, the work would start immediately, with the intent to get it finalized within 3 to 4 weeks.
No, how far back are they looking? From what time period? I'm sorry.
It'd be from the initial start of the project. So for B3, B4, when Pro West had the first guaranteed maximum price.
Okay. Up until today.
Up until whenever is the normal cutoff of pay apps. So we would have to decide, sit down with Moss Adams and say, we'll do pay apps through the end of May, or some critical, some normal time frame.
Okay. But it could be a 4-year span, right, for some of these projects.
So B3, B4, if it officially started 2 or 3 years ago, it could be that. El Rodeo, of course, longer than that.
Okay. It would be interesting to see. I wanted to suggest this to my colleagues: is if we're transitioning to a new management team, it would be interesting to see if the costs are different after that team takes place. Something I would be interested in seeing is being able to look at this like up until this point and then 6 months after, whenever we change management firms, because then you'll be able to get a better vision if it's had an impact on expenditures. I don't know what this will particularly tell us, since we have a GMAX contract, at least for B3, B4, and El Rodeo. So it'll tell us something, but it doesn't necessarily mean we'll be able to do anything about it, because we already have a contract. So I think that the scope of work here is not as much as I would like to see in order to help us move forward with all the questions that I'm hearing people having.
Well, what I think one thing that it's going to tell us that I think is critical is that if you base it off of the B1 and B2 audit from our learnings there, at one point in time, we were $7 million ahead in payments with Pro West. So even though in the end of the project it leveled out, because TCD right now we're in the middle of our projects with B3, B4, and we're in the middle of our projects with El Rodeo, and those projects are, Pro West. I mean, B1 and B2 were $60 million, and B3 and B4 are 123 or 128 million, and so is El Rodeo. So if we're midway in those projects, if we are potentially ahead in payments in those two projects, the reason that that's important for us to know right now is that we pay Don Blake a fee of 2.5% based on those costs. So if we've paid him 2.5% and we are ahead in payments, we've overpaid Don Blake. So we want to know that today.
But you're auditing Pro West.
Because we want to know what the construction costs are. So if we paid Pro West if we overpaid them by $7 million and we based that payment to TCDS based on that payment, then we overpaid TCDS as well.
Then wouldn't you limit the scope of the audit to answer that question?
Well, I think we want to know everything, but that's one important piece that we'd want to know.
Okay.
And I think that's why it's important. And we have no idea how far ahead in payments we are right now until we do that. Are there any other questions? May I have a motion for approval of agreement with Moss Adams?
I'll make a motion for the approval of agreement with Moss Adams.
I'll second.
Is there any other discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Mandy? Aye. Motion passes 4-1 with a preferential vote from Eli Ramer. The next item is 17, Planning and Facilities.
President Wells, members of the board, I am your facilities department this evening. So 17A is the 38th amendment to the contract with DLR Architects that would allow the design of the concrete lid that will cover the abandoned well cellar at the former Veneco site. The lid design was required by WZI, BHUSD support services for finalizing the plugging of the wells, and the CalGEM approvals for the site. The lid is designed to be partially or fully removed in the future if BHUSD ever requires access to the abandoned well heads. Because the well cellar is located below the finished grade elevation of the future south site, the lid design must support the anticipated load of the soil above. So this lid will be actually underneath the field above it. The anticipated financial impact is $19,000 out of the bond funds.
Any questions? Eli?
I've got two questions. One is, so the lid's designed to be removed in the future, but it will be under the field. Would that mean that the field would have to be torn up to remove this lid in the event we have to?
If we had to, unfortunately, we would have to remove the dirt above the lid.
Okay. The dirt that has been cause for lots of discussion. But also, how large is this lid? I'm not sure if you have the specs on it, but
I don't have the specs in front of me, but if my memory serves me, it may be 40 to 50 feet long and 12 to 15 feet wide.
Okay. Wow. Okay, thank you.
Is this something that needs to be done immediately, or is it something that is important to get it done now?
Yeah, staff recommends that we get this done fairly soon. There's a lot of hazards over in that area, and that lid really needs to be put on top of those wellheads so that area is secure and that we can start work on covering that area.
Okay.
At a previous board meeting, we talked about the remaining balance for Board of Education decisions. Is this $19,000 included in the amount, or this is being deducted?
This would have to be deducted from whatever that previous number was.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
This may be a larger question for what we need to answer right now, but I do see there's a history of amendments for this particular issue. Is there a way to summarize largely?
These are all DLR amendments because they're doing the design on the lid. Oh. So it's from everything DLR has done since they've started, all of those amendments. So.
For this lid?
No. This is only the lid. Oh. The other stuff could be B1, B2, B3, B4. They're on top of all of that. The site work, the buildings. So every time there's an amendment to their contract, it comes.
It's listed. Okay,
this way. Yeah.
That's fine. I understand.
Does
Thank
that
you.
help?
That's it. Got it.
Noah, did you have any questions?
No.
My one question is, I thought we had designed this, or we were already in the process of designing this. So is this work already completed?
No, it's I believe the design is now complete or close to being completed, but the actual pouring of the concrete is not done.
So this is DLR. So this is what are they doing then? Aren't they the design?
I am not an architect, so I am not going to answer that question.
Okay.
From what I gathered, this is for the Veneco site, not the 3 legacy wells. This is the
Correct.
actual.
This is the
where
19 wells.
where the leak happened.
The 19 wells.
This is the modern oil field.
Yes.
Right. So we can't just CalGEM is saying we can't just bury it. We have to have the lid before we bury it.
Correct.
Right. I understand the purpose of it. My question was, I thought they had already designed this lid.
No, I don't.
I don't believe that there was a known fact that the wells had to be covered, but how they would be covered was dictated by CalGEM and WZI, and then at that point, then they had to redesign something that would do what they need to do.
Oh, was it because it needed to be
able
to be opened?
removable,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
All right. May I have a motion if there's no other questions?
I'll move for the ratification of amendment number 38 to the agreement with DLR Architects for the architectural services for the modernization of Beverly Hills High School.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Eli Ramer. The next item.
This is item 17B. This is the first amendment to the agreement with Layton for the soil work under B3, B4. On January 28th, the Board of Education entered into an agreement with Layton Consulting to provide geotechnical investigation and reporting services for the Beverly Hills High School Project B3, B4 for a fee of $290,558. Since that time, Layton has provided ongoing geotechnical observation and testing services and geoenvironmental monitoring and testing for the project. Amendment number 1 would authorize supplemental time and expenses for earthwork, observation, and testing services related to construction for Peters Auditorium and Salter Theater. Layton has provided the attached proposal with detail of the services to be provided in the amount of $134,739 to continue to provide geotechnical observation and geoenvironmental services through completion of the B3, B4 modernization project. The services authorized by Amendment number 1 would increase the budget for B3, B4 by $134,739 and decrease that amount available for Board of Education decisions by that same amount.
We turn around, they're taking away more money.
Any questions?
How urgent? Oh, sorry.
No.
I'm just curious how like urgent is the approval of this? If this is not approved tonight, is this going to hold something up? I just my again, like we discussed at the previous board meeting, my instinct is to try to hold off on some of these longer term contracts until we get our new construction manager in to do an assessment of what's going on here. So, to that being said, how timely is the approval of this amendment?
From my perspective, they are in the dirt right now under B3, B4, actually trying to do the work for the theater and for the performance area. So of all these items, this one would probably be more timely that we approve this. This will take the services through the end of the B3, B4 contract. So you should not, if you approve this tonight, you should not see another adjustment in their services related to the B3, B4 project.
So the original contract was for B3, B4, and this is extending it to Peters and Salter?
This is Peters and Salter is part of B3, B4. This is the increasing the time and services rendered related to B3, B4. It's the same.
It was originally for the
right.
same area.
Those areas are just named, but they're part of B3, B4.
They need. My question is, it was originally $290,000 and $558, and now they're saying that they need $134,739. And my question is, why is there now more? Is this for more time to do it, or have they met another obstacle?
That is a great question, Ms. Marcus, that I cannot answer. I don't know if there's unseen circumstances that they have come across, or they have realized now that they underestimated in the beginning, or if they need more time. So unfortunately, Ms. Marcus, I can't answer that question.
Right. It doesn't say in the attachment that's from Layton. I guess my frustration with this was when, we were presented that B3 and B4, we had the budgeted money, and that we had the budgeted money not just for the Pro West GMP pricing, but we also had the soft cost was budgeted for. So this should have been budgeted for as well. I think Pam Johnson made that really clear to us, that was included in the budget. And so we had the other dollars to consider for the other things. And I think the same came through, and I put that in my comments as well, from the CCAC committee, that we really didn't, we had, we were only a shortfall of, but in their opinion, 69 or what have you. But now we're seeing these dollars come through for projects that were supposed to be budgeted for, and they confidently told us so. So I guess without a rationale for why this is not the case, it does make me question why now, and why are these coming through?
It's an almost 50% increase without a clear justification to Ms. Wells's point. So I personally would need more information before I could to vote for this.
Did you have anything, Mandy?
Yeah, I would agree with that. In light of other information, I feel like, it's something that is best left, for more information to be available on this, and the urgency for it. I'm not clear that this is urgent. That's all. Thank you.
So in looking at Layton's proposal, the attached proposal to our contract, it seems as if, and correct me if I'm wrong, Wade, that this is DSA requirement work?
Yes, it would be, the inspector of record is recommending this work be completed.
Okay, so this is coming from DSA.
So this part of the project will stop if
we don't approve this.
Is not working on this.
Okay, they seem to have spelled out their time period on here, and their budgets pretty thoroughly on this report. They also talk about closeout with DSA, and that I guess the question my colleagues are asking, and I am going to support this because I don't want to slow down the work, especially if they're in the dirt. If we can't get out of the dirt, it'll have a ripple effect on the entire auditorium. Is why was this not anticipated up front, or what changed? Because we've been in the dirt for a while, since 2020.
Right.
So what changed that is forcing this continuation of, that's not added to the rationale here. I understand that it's DSA required, but I kind of want to know what DSA is asking that they didn't ask before. But
President Wells, members of the board, I can bring that information back to you on the 28th with this item if that's the pleasure of the board.
I'm torn because they are in the dirt, and I don't want to hold this up. And they have been doing this work, and this is where they are. We've seen, this is one of those cases because of late, TCDS was showing us the progress reports that we weren't seeing before. So we were seeing that we do know that that's where they are, and that's where they are in the construction. So in this case, because we know exactly where they are, and that's where the work is right now, and we want them to get out of the dirt so that they can move forward. I tend to want to take the err on the side of moving this forward, but I would want them to come back and give us further explanation for this, even if we do vote to approve this, because this really bothers me, especially when we have so few dollars and they were so adamant about this. It just is poor management, in my opinion.
Well, like any construction, the inspectors can come and say, no, now we want you to do this, and you have to do it. So if it's a matter of that, which would be great to confirm.
I understand, but this letter from Layton is dated May 11th. So that means that they had to have had conversations prior, enough for them to put this proposal together and give it back to the district, date that proposal on May 11th, and now we're getting this
a month later
to us in June. So these conversations had to have happened prior to May 11th.
All right. Well,
and that's why I say this is poor management.
I would suggest that we support this to continue the work, but I would like the answers to the question about what changed with the SA's requirement, that because the dirt was exposed this whole time, and to confirm that it looks like it's about a 107-day project, according to the list that they've provided. So I kind of want to confirm the length of time.
We can do that.
I mean, the other option is that you can approve, part of it, because this is to the end of the project, and then come back and approve the second half of it once you get further justification. So you can approve, approve 60 grand, and let them come back and justify the remainder.
Can we do that? Can we amend? What's on the two? I don't know.
I mean, I don't know.
No, I would
You'd
say...
have to bring it back,
Yeah, I
actually.
think we would need to bring it back, trustees.
What do you recommend, Wade?
For this one, given that, the longer that we stay in the dirt, the longer it's going to take us to get these projects completed. For this one, and the fact that this change order, if you will, takes us through B3, B4, and if we get the information about why, and it's very possible that the estimate of an additional amount, this additional amount, is an overestimate, and we may not need that much money. The staff's recommendation is for this item that the board approve.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question as well. I know you're not a geologist either, Wade. Even though you say you are. He's got some free time. I mean, like, for example, one thing I'm looking at here is that there's a line item cost of $37,000 for the staff geologists, right? So I'm looking at page 7, I think, of that. So it says $37,000 for the soil expert, one of the staff geologists. So that's just seems to me a pretty large figure for 240 hours. I mean, this is like about a month work, or 30 days, I think they said. I don't know, just stuff like that. I just have to, I mean.
Yeah, I can't comment on the cost of experts.
I mean, consultation, I understand, but that's almost a third of a salary for a staff person, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, that's all I have.
So they're saying to us they've used the amount of money that was in the original agreement, and they want, and when did they arrive at that amount of money that they now need to go forward, or we need to approve more money?
Yes, Ms. Marcus, I can't tell you.
I know that. I understand that. My question is, I don't want to see it interrupted either. But I don't want to. Are they taking us because they've got us over their barrel right now, and they can.
I call for a motion, unless you want to table this.
No, I'll make a motion to approve amendment number 1 to agreement with Layton for geotechnical investigation and reporting for the high school B3, B4 project.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it, reluctantly.
If you don't second it, we don't have a motion.
I made the motion.
I know, but if there's no second, we don't have a vote.
Right.
I know. Put it to a vote.
Well, I'm assuming we have no other discussion, so I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Reluctantly.
Mandy, where are you? You have a reluctant passing 5-0.
I would like the answer to come back, though, at the next meeting,
agree.
if possible.
Eli,
for
were you
this, because
preferential?
this is
Agree. 5-0 with preferential vote from Eli Ramer. Item C.
Item 17C is the approval of amendment number 2 with Layton Consulting for work on the southeastern portion of the Beverly Hills High School. Staff at this time is going to recommend to the board to pull this item. We have some questions at the staff level about the need and about the redesign of the south site. So at this point, we would recommend you pull this item.
I'll make a motion to pull item 17C, approval of amendment 2 to the agreement with Layton Consulting to provide geotechnical exploration at the southern eastern portion of Beverly Hills High School.
I'll second.
The motion was made by Mr. Halimi and seconded by Mr. Ramer. Any questions or discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Eli Ramer. Item D.
Item D, approval of amendment number 1 to the agreement with ARB Incorporated for services related to the water line break at the former Veneco facility on Beverly Hills High School site. This amendment, I'll go ahead and read the rationale. On September 18th, 2021, the Board of Education adopted resolution number 2122-006, emergency resolution for cleanup, repair, and remedial work arising from the water line break at the former Veneco facility. On October 8th, 2021, under the authority granted by the resolution, the superintendent entered into a memorandum of understanding with ARB in the amount of $1 million for services related to assessments, cleanup, repair, and remedial work arising from the water line break, while the parties negotiated and finalized an agreement. On December 8th, 2021, under authority granted by the resolution, the superintendent entered into amendment number 1 to the MOU, extending the MOU to January 31st, 2022 with no additional compensation. The parties negotiated and finalized an agreement for the work, which includes the services authorized in the MOU and amendment number 1 to the MOU in the amount of $6,247,600. The Board of Education approved that agreement on January 18th, 2022. Since that time, ARB has encountered extended durations beyond its control and requested an extension of the contract through September 1st, 2022 at no additional cost. It is respectfully recommended that the Board of Education authorize amendment number 1 to the agreement with ARB to continue to perform services related to the waterline break at the former Veneco facility through September 1st, 2022 at no additional cost. So in summary, this allows ARB to stay on the site and finish their work for no additional cost.
Questions?
How much is the additional cost? I'm just kidding. You said it 3 times, and I loved hearing it. I just
Mrs.
wanted to hear you say it
Marcus.
again.
what was the? I'm sorry, I missed it. What was the original date that it was supposed to be completed?
January, I think.
January.
January of this year.
Correct.
Can I make a motion for the approval of amendment number 1 to the agreement with ARB for services related to the waterline break at the former Veneco site?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Mr. Ramer. Item E.
Item 17E, and I'm going to do this on behalf of Mr. Damacope since he's going to retire. Approval of network switches, access points, and servers purchased from Vector USA and Dell Technologies. Wireless devices are increasingly in use across the district, requiring applications capable for more granular and sophisticated monitoring and reporting. 2 additional servers are needed to host those applications, along with the anticipated need for server capacity over the next 4 to 5 years. In addition, 55 new access points, 12 switches, 10 transceivers are needed to replace the end-of-life equipment at Beverly Hills High School, Beverly Vista Middle School, Hawthorne Elementary, and the district office. Costs associated with these purchases will be paid for by funds budgeted already for technology and Measure BH.
Any questions? Mrs. Marcus?
Does this include the installation of those, anything that has to be done that requires installation?
We will do the installation. Our team will install the switches and the access points.
So the technology department will do the installation.
Okay.
Mr. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gabe.
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification. Aren't you also upper retiring?
No,
shortly after Mr. D'Amico.
Okay.
we're not letting him leave.
Did we receive competitive bids for this, or?
I just wanted him to read it because he was already here. Yes, we did. For the servers, we use Dell because Dell is already in our infrastructure. But for the access points and switches, we got 3 quotes, and Vector was the low quote.
Thank you, Mr. D'Amico.
You're welcome.
Were there any piggyback opportunities on any of this? With any of
Not on these, but this is very competitive. The switches and access point sort of market is extremely competitive, and Vector really sharpened their pencil. They did a good job.
Nice. Mr. Margot, did you have a question?
No, Mr. Halimi asked it.
All right. May I have a motion for the approval of network switches, access points, servers purchased from Vector USA and Dell Technologies?
So moved.
Second.
The motion was made by Mr. Margot and seconded by Gabe Halimi. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from Eli Ramer. We are on to board policies.
Good evening, President Wells.
Good evening.
Members of the board, Dr. Breggy. I'm laughing because I have to bend over. We are here to discuss our board policy and administrative regulation 5117 regarding permits, specifically grandparent permits. We had a study session on this a couple of weeks ago, and we have tried to capture the board's direction in the documents in front of you. And so I am available to answer any questions or facilitate any conversation regarding this.
Well, first,
Go ahead, Gabe.
I just start talking. Sorry. First, I just wanted to clarify: are we actually approving the interdistrict permit tonight, or is this just a first reading? Because I did note that we wanted to open up the application process as early as tomorrow.
So that is up for the board's discussion this evening. You have the ability to bypass the second reading and accept the policy as written tonight, and we could start as early as tomorrow, but that depends on the board's decision tonight.
I thought that we were going to, I remember discussing at the study session that there was going to be like a 3-page application, that we were going to put like that FAQs together. Has all of that now been done? Are we ready?
So we have the application, and the items that we identified that were of concern are actually woven into the policy. So I can show those to you if you'd like, or direct you to those, specifically on how the enrollment of a student pans out, whether or not they're a permanent student or not. So that was actually written into the policy directly.
Okay, I have some specific questions and suggestions for the policies themselves. So I'll just wait to hear if my colleagues have anything else before we, to jump into the document.
I appreciate how quickly everything's been put together and so thoroughly as well. It all looks fantastic, and everything that was brought up at the study session seems to have been taken into account greatly. So just thank you. I think it looks good.
Thank you.
I would just like to point out that the difference between the board policy and the administration regulation of the AR actually points out the some of the things that we questioned, then how it was going to go about. And I don't have any problem with setting up boundaries, so to speak, of how many students, and it specifically addresses how that people are going to be handled and so on, and it's up there for everybody to see. So I think that, as far as I'm concerned, I think you've done a great job, and I don't have any other further comments, and I know that there are people in the community that are waiting bated breath to bring students to the school.
Gabe, did you want to start looking at language, or do you want to?
I wanted to give everyone a chance if they wanted to comment before we jump into the document itself.
Mandy, did you have a comment? Noah?
Yes. So looking at the BP, page 2, there's a highlighted section that reads, the district shall not pay any excess costs for students for any permit program, including but not limited to providing transportation. I want to get clarification on that because we do pay excess costs for our other permits that we allow prior to this one. So this is a little bit contradictory.
So currently, we are not paying any excess costs for any permit students. I went back and verified that. The students that we were paying excess costs are no longer in the district. So it's the recommendation to the board that we pass this as a policy tonight, and then that is also something that needs to be discussed in the other forums where permits are available.
Okay, so I want to be clear that if we pass this in the way it is tonight, and we don't alter it in any way, if you have an influx of city employees or district employees, students come, and they're under contract, and we need to open up another classroom for that reason, does that not provide excess costs?
It depends on the nature of the program that the student needs. However, these programs are only available on a space available basis. So we have to look at all the pieces. Like, will it cause us to have to open another section? Is there space? Is that program available? So there are multiple factors that are
Okay, so
evaluated.
Let me, because this might be my misunderstanding. Okay, so a city employee enrolls their student in 3rd grade.
Mhm.
Okay, we're tapped out in 3rd grade district-wide. We open up a new class, right? Or are we saying we're not going to do that now?
All of our permits have always been space available, based on space. Luckily, we've had the space, but we can deny the permit for that. All of our permits.
But this is new language, right?
Only about the transportation and the excess costs.
So, okay, and that's what I wanted. What are we defining excess costs?
There are so many things. It can be program. It can be whether or not we have to open another section. It can be whether or not they need additional support. So there are so many things. There are a variety of things. But for us to be able to control those costs and be aware of those costs, we need to have this language. It doesn't mean that if there's a situation that we need to look at on a case-by-case basis, we can't, because we also have other federal law and state laws that we have to abide by. But in general, this is how we administer our permits even now.
Okay, so if a faculty member wants to enroll their student in the district, and we don't, have excess costs for transportation, but we also don't have room, you can deny.
Can and have.
Can and have.
Yes.
And may I
smack me and call me Willie? Okay.
I know we spoke before, but with the special ed and services, if a student requires those, is there a cap, or would you just ask for the other SELPA or whatever to reimburse you? Is that what you were saying?
So yes, there's a venue to work with other districts and other SELPAs to recoup those costs, but we would never deny a student because they had an IEP or a 504. It would be based on other factors. But that is also what I would like for the board to consider us doing, because based on the previous language, both in our policy and our JPA agreement, it was never addressed directly. So I would like to have that ability to address it based on this policy.
Okay, my second question, thank you for clarifying that. On the AR number 7, these are reasons, sorry, let me get that, just so I can have a framework here. So this is revocation of permits?
Yes.
Number 7, when the student's enrollment creates a situation where reasonable class size or service caseloads exceed the standards set by the governing board and or collective bargaining agreement. Would that happen in the middle of a year, or that's?
It could be, depending particularly at our middle and high school, in the AP classes or the classes at the middle school that have only one section, singletons, and we are maxed out. That could be an effect of that. So where we're not able to enroll an additional student because we don't have the section available. The other place that happens a lot, or that we've had it happen in the past, was in TK, before we had the new mandate, when we only had the 2 sections with 22 slots available.
But you're talking about denying a permit. I'm talking about revoking a permit. Would you revoke a permit once somebody's enrolled?
No, no.
Okay.
It's just
because this is under revocation of permits.
It is. You're correct. This is specific to denying a permit.
I think it needs to be more clear.
I agree.
Okay.
I can fix that.
All right. Thank you, President Wells. I have no questions at this time.
I have a question on, it is under the AR. It's item 4B. So it's if the grandparent no longer resides in the attendance boundaries, the student may complete the current year. So what if the parent-grandparent is, I'm a little torn on that one, to be honest. So I think that typically kids that are, if a grandparent passes away or a grandparent has to be moved into, say they have to be moved into an assisted living or what have you, we're going to then, they're no longer eligible to continue at school. There's something about that doesn't sit well with me, and I'd like to reconsider that. So
I agree with you, President Wells. However, this is also the case for our city and staff permits. If a employee is no longer employed with the district, the student's permits are terminated at the end of the school year or at the end of the semester, depending on what's best for the student. So it's similar. So it's not something new.
Right.
But of course, we work with our families and figure out situations. And a lot of times we have people who either decide to move into the district or continue their employment to make sure that their student has the opportunity to attend BHUSD.
Okay.
So, but it is necessary to have that language there, because we are deciding how we're going to administer our permit program.
Right.
So any changes or any suggestions we're open to, but we need to be clear as to what happens if they no longer reside.
Yeah, and the consistency, as you mentioned, with the policy, because with each permit you have to reapply each year. So students would remain throughout that year, but everybody on a permit would have to reapply.
So to what Mary's saying, you said students will remain throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
That applies in all of the examples that you brought up?
So far, yes. We've allowed students to complete their
Current
school year.
Okay.
And the parents and staff are notified well in advance that this is going to happen so that they can plan. The only instance when they don't receive as much notice as possible is if the permit is revoked for one of the reasons in the board policy.
I understand.
I just on that note, because that was a concern of mine as well that I noted. I think the issue that I see here is not so much in what the rule is, but there's no room for exceptions. Like there's no stated, discretion for the administration to be able to extend the permit for another year or two. Like they just wouldn't be eligible. So if we had like a TK kid come in and they were with us until like 7th grade, they, and their grandparent, God forbid, passed away, we wouldn't be able to just let them finish, middle school. Like I just would like to see a little bit of potential flexibility or discretion in some instances there.
I think the challenge with grandparents, I don't know, what the statistics are, but I'm going to assume that most kids with grandparents that are at this age, their grandparents are the expected lifespan is they're going to live through their time period. But if for some reason they were to pass away, then I think that's just such an unfortunate situation. So if there was an exception of if they no longer lived there due to the fact that they had died, then perhaps we could make that exception.
There is a venue in place for that. You can appeal it. And that's part of our board policy as well. And that appeal would go to Dr. Breggy, and he's able to then make a decision whether or not to continue.
And we have done that before
'Cause that
under
feels
special
better to me
circumstances.
because, like, you can move away, that's your choice. But
Right.
if you in that scenario, then it doesn't feel as
that fail-safe is in place. And then the other piece that I was going to talk about, and I forgot, so I'll just wait till it comes back. But that appeal venue mechanism is already in place, and we have done it on the other ones. And I remember what I was going to say. Remember, if a student is in 11th grade, and they attend, they automatically get to stay. And we have extended that for several students previously.
Well, maybe we need a similar rule for middle school then, or the ability to finish up at elementary school. But I think I take some solace in the fact that this is only a 1-year permit, and we're going to revisit this on an annual basis. So if someone is approved next year, then we would have the chance to clean all this stuff up by the by the time
lessons learned. Yes,
I think, Gabe. I think
to
to your point, since the goal of this is to help enrollment,
right?
We're not looking to get rid of them. We're looking to keep them. Right?
No, absolutely. I'm thinking of the parents that are watching this right now or hear about it, which is why I push for the FAQs, to know that, hey, we're not just making this huge change and uplifting our kids from one school district to another, pulling them out of private school, but then there might be a chance that they don't get renewed
the next year.
Next year, or God forbid, their grandparent is really old and they may pass, so they may not be able to finish school. Like, I'm sure parents are thinking about these things, so I'm just trying to get ahead of what.
So I'd like to draw your attention, the board's attention, to board policy number 4. That's addressed, because if you look there, it says, as long as they meet the requirements above, they shall automatically be enrolled as students of the district under the following conditions.
Right.
So we're counting them in every year.
Right.
Unless these other incidents happen, and then we have a conversation.
Is that last number 5 about active military duty parent? Is that
5?
Number 5 on the board policy, right in the front?
No, that is actually Ed Code.
It's Ed Code, yeah. But I'm wondering what's an example of that?
So you have a student, and I've actually appealed to the board for a student on this circumstances a couple years ago, pre-COVID. You have a student who has resided in the district for their 9th, 10th, and 11th grade, or 9th and 10th grade year. During their 11th grade, in the summer, between their 10th and 11th grade year, the family moves out of the district. But the student wants to continue their time continue their education at Beverly Hills High School. They make this appeal, and they're able to finish 11th and 12th grade here.
I was referring to the active military duty parent.
I'm sorry, I don't see which one you're talking about.
First page.
BP 5117, first page. First number 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was in the AR. I apologize.
It's okay.
So this is actually Ed Code as well.
Right.
Yeah.
What instance would that be? I've never seen that before, and it looks like it's new to our policy. So,
it's something that was brought into effect between the last time we approved this and this policy. So if a student's parent is serving in the military, and say the child has to come live with someone here, then they can be enrolled.
Okay, understood. Colleagues, I would like to suggest, because we have the flexibility as a board to revise policy anytime we want, so in order to support staff, that we waive the first reading, approve the second reading, and then if we want to, put it back on the next agenda to start playing with the language if we feel that it's prudent to really go after that. But that way it'll give staff the leeway to move forward, and it will give us the leeway to make any changes without holding them up.
I also think people are now looking actively at where, their kids could possibly go to school very soon in the next couple of months. So,
Gabe?
I agree with the sentiment, but I feel like there's a number of things that we still want to clean up here, and we want to post this tomorrow.
And we can clean it up. That's the great thing about being a board with board policy, is we can literally put it on the next agenda and start working on the language. But if we wait till the next agenda, it's going to throw the whole process off for the enrollment.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is at least give my suggestions then on a few things that I'd like to call out with these, and then
we could
happy to take
waive
your
the first reading, go to a second reading with adopting your language too.
You can make your suggestions first.
Let me go ahead and just make my suggestions, if that's okay. So on the AR version, the first paragraph, the last sentence on this first page, it says, but except for children of employees of the Beverly Hills Unified School District or City of Beverly Hills, we have to start being consistent, I think, in calling out the grandchildren permits here and the permits for, I guess, the military active duty, right? Like because this is the introductory paragraph, I think, for the whole to policy. Same with on the second page under reasons for permits, a capital letter A. We're only calling out again the employed to BHUSD people, and then the City of Beverly Hills. Again, I think this is the stuff that I'm okay with. We can clean this stuff up over time, but this is stuff that should be cleaned up in the policy. So
each one of those, Mr. Halimi, and looking at under reasons for permits, I need to go back and look at what you said in the beginning. It probably makes sense to add it there, but this particular one, it's a succession. We're telling why each one is why we have a permit, what permit we have, and why we have it. So one is the children of people who are employed by the district. And then there are a couple of conditions that apply to that. That's A and B. Then the second reason we have permits is are for the employees of the City of Beverly Hills. Then the third reason we have it, and that is here the employees of the district who are not attending or not residing within the boundaries. And then the fourth reason is grandparents. So each one is its own separate reason why we have a permit.
It may just be a formatting thing then, because you have the capital letter A, and if that's the case, then probably when you introduce the grandchildren permits, you probably want a capital letter B.
Okay, that's
totally again, formatting stuff. My more
I think
substantive.
It goes A1,
A2,
2,
A3,
3,
A4.
4.
But I know what Gabe is saying. 'Cause
Yeah.
A contains language about the school
Right.
and the city employees. It either should contain the grandparent as well in A. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I see that. I agree with that.
Okay.
And then
the
once again,
reasons
to be
is-
consistent, the military thing, it's on the BP and it's not in the AR.
Can add both of those very easily.
Okay. So that was just more cleanup. I guess my question is how we are defining grandchildren and grandparents. I think that we're going to run into a situation where someone says, well, they're like an adopted grandchild. Like, are we asking for an affidavit from the grandparent that these are their kind of biological grandchildren? Are guardians okay? Like, we're gonna run into questions like this really soon. And so I'd like to see a little bit more detail on how we're going to define these things.
Grandparents.
And also as part of the application process, what documentation are we going to require?
So I'm looking at the actual draft application. Give me a second here, and I will give you a snapshot of that information that you're asking for. Wish I could share my screen. That would help. I am not. So we are asking for proof of residency for the grandparent. We are having them sign that they are related to the student. We are collecting information regarding the residency of the grandparents, like proof of payment of tax bills, proof of utility bills for the address associated with the grandparents. Let me scroll down a little more.
What about a birth certificate for the parent and the child? Because that would show the parent belongs to the grandparent and the child belongs to the parent.
All that still has to be done as part of regular enrollment.
Right.
All the stuff that's part of our regular enrollment process still is in place.
You require birth certificates for parents as well as children?
Not parents, for the child.
For the grandparent permit, you should have the parent.
So we are also requiring, let me read this section, grandchild of resident, grandparents verification, verification of grandparents' residence within BHUSD attendance boundaries, attach verification. So we're looking for the student's birth certificate, the parent of student's birth certificate, so I was wrong. That's there. I'm reading directly off the application. 3 original utility bills, property taxes under the grandparent's name or lease if the lease is expired, a recent canceled check, and a renewed lease. And they must also complete a residency affidavit.
So if they're signing an affidavit to the fact that it's that the grandchild is their does it say biological grandchild?
It does not, because we have blended families and
Right.
things like that. So we don't want to be exclusive of anyone, but they are signing an affidavit that this is their grandchild and that they are allowing them to enroll through their residency.
Okay. On that note, then another suggestion is under Roman numeral 3, the revocation of permits.
Mhm.
Under number 6, where you have the false statements of a parent guardian, I think you also need to include the false statement of the grandparent.
Okay.
Okay, so we're not going to have a definition of grandchild then. Which is
it's up to the board.
I'm not saying
we talked about that. I mean, we had a lot of discussion about that without kind of putting ourselves in a position where we were excluding somebody when it was an authentic situation.
It's a difficult situation.
And I can say too that, I mean, like when I think of my own grandparents, there's a whole set of grandparents for me personally where I don't have their last name, and it would they're no longer living, but it'd be really hard to track down and verify that they were my grandparents, but they really were. And then I know other cases too, especially in same-sex families, where it would be very difficult to say that this person is a blood grandparent, but it truly is a grandparent. So I don't know.
Right.
But what truly makes a grandparent?
Yeah, really.
I mean,
well, what if we? Well, on that note, what if we just asked? What if we asked, how is this? Child on the grandparent affidavit? How is this child your grandchild?
Right.
Explain.
Mm-hmm.
Just
that's an excellent suggestion.
I mean,
right.
But we don't have to put ourselves in a box. Let's just ask.
Right.
But we also don't want to be taken advantage of by
Right.
someone who hits up some very nice older person who lives here and says, "Hey, will you say you're the?" Because that
That's
happens.
the point.
Well,
Yeah,
I wonder if it's your child's. If your child is the guardian of that student in some way.
Instead of a biological
It doesn't
parent.
have to be a biological, but if your child is the guardian,
Right.
then it could be a blended family, but they're the guardian. So
And there's documentation that comes with that.
and
So
there's documentation for it. Then if either of the grandparents' child, either of their children's child is a legal guardian, then that makes them a grandparent.
That's true, and therefore that parent that is enrolling that child, their birth certificate should list that grandparent that they are using.
Okay.
Well, that grandparent could be a legal guardian of that child.
But then there would be documentation for that.
Yeah.
That they
you
were
would be able to see that.
That's okay.
So maybe what we're saying is, have the grandparents say in the application how
they're
that
related.
child is their grandchild and provide, documentation.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if they're their child or legal guardian, and that's the lineage, then that makes them.
I just I'm like really bullish about this program. I want to do it, but I don't want to open up an opportunity where then there becomes.
You're finding the loophole.
Yeah, like finding loopholes and whatnot.
Right.
I just want to be more clear. About who this is.
Here's what we have found. Here's what we have found in a number of situations, including last week, that most people are more than willing to provide documentation we've not even asked for. There's so many different ways to show something, and those families that are not willing, and I'm talking about every permit area, when those families aren't able to provide the required documentation, there's something there that doesn't seem right. And so we have the hard job of having to meet and have a conversation with the family and really spend a lot of time trying to be as creative as we can for somebody to demonstrate or show that they're part of how we define something. But we have found that if there's some suspicion about them being able to provide something to us, that there's something more to the story and that they are taking advantage.
I think when you say grandparent guardian and grandparent guardian, like in the same way that you say parent guardian, grandparent guardian, grandparent guardian? And you're kind of capturing the same.
I think so too, President Wells, but I can think of a situation, what is in my own family, where previous relationship, this grandkid, no longer there, but that kid feels and identifies that other person as their grandparent. Like if you ask them, who is that? They would say, that's my grandpa.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think I hear what Mr. Halimi's saying. Soliciting the information gives us the ability to then have a conversation if we need further clarification. Right. And I want you to know that the staff in my office is very, very keyed into this. We go out weekly to residences and check things and walk properties and people's homes to verify this. And anything that doesn't look right, we pull it. We have a conversation about it, and we investigate it.
Well, the kids that lose in that situation, I mean, people that lose in that situation are the kids. It's the parents that go out and, you know, apply for that permit when they shouldn't, or say they're a resident when they're not, and then we have to pull out a kid in the middle of the school, and it interrupts them. So what I would...
Well, hopefully they won't get enrolled.
It happens before.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'd rather be very clear that, like, this is who this is for, and we're asking for the documentation, so we don't even get into that.
This all happens because we agree with you that creates, you know, that is an adult issue now that has become an issue for the child after they've been moved and placed and met their teacher. So all of this is up front. So before we process any of this information, and it is a lot of information to go through, and this is the kind of thing where every case is a little bit different, and it does give us that authority to be able to make decisions. But we wouldn't place somebody if we were still trying to work out an issue. We wouldn't go ahead.
It comes to me and it stopped until we have clarification.
Let me just throw out a couple more things real quick. Under 4A, I think we talked about in the study session, just clarifying that it's 10 but consecutive years. This is not for someone who used to live in Beverly Hills and now just rented an apartment to get their grandkid in. Let's be clear that it's 10 consecutive years in the you know, living in the boundaries.
I thought about that as I was writing it, and I wasn't sure, so thank you.
Yeah.
Gabe, I'm going to pause you for 1 minute.
Sure.
Because it's 8:40. So I want to ask everybody, we have 2 other items after this, which is the approving the 9,000 and then the board governance handbook. So I just want to know where everybody's at about ending at 9 o'clock.
I would like to end at 9 o'clock.
And then I would suggest we could table the governance handbook and see how far we get on this and the bylaws, and depending how far we get, we'll end at 9.
Sure.
Is everybody good with that?
Yep.
Rochelle, how about you?
I'm fine with whatever.
Yeah?
I mean, I'm
okay.
Michelle was done 3 hours ago.
No, I'm sitting by very quietly.
Okay. Let's see. So continue on. Let's see how far we get. And we'll plan to end at 9.
So we said we'll add the consecutive. We talked about B having some kind of an option. I'm now comfortable that we have the appeal mechanism in place and we can revisit. But other opportunities to kind of clean that up over time. I don't think that has to be done for this year. I think the rest of it I have. Well, on 3A on the following page, under the process for granting permits, 25% of the available space at each grade level. I think that we talked about. That makes sense. Additional classes section will not be added. That's fine. Explain B again. Sections with less than 10 spaces available will not have permits offered. What's the definition of a section?
Okay, so we have, for example, we have the certain number of teachers available at each grade level, and then we track the number of seats based on the CBA. And so when we get close to filling a teacher's caseload, then we know that we can't continue to enroll unless we add a section. So this is saying, like, at 4th grade we only had, for example, at 4th grade, if we only had 10 spots available when permits open, 4th grade would not be available for grandparent permits at that time.
We set a floor.
Correct, because we're reserving those seats for residents in case they move in during the open enrollment period. Now, there is a provision to go back and review this towards the end of the summer to see if we can then make it available to grandparent permits if we don't fill those slots with residents.
Okay. And it also applies at between 6th and 12th grade. Let's say you have 6th grade English and you were filled. Then that would be a reconsideration of allowing the permit.
Right.
Even though you had room in 6th grade, we have to be cognizant of the sections.
Right. And we have a process in place when we get students at secondary. We call, when we're close, we call and speak to the administrator at the school site who is responsible for the schedule to make sure that we can schedule this child before we enroll.
Okay. And I think this is my last point, but on 3C, I just wanted to be clear that we're under no obligation to even go up to 100. Like, if there's only 90 eligible people that apply. So I would just add the language up to 100. We're not obligated by any stretch to take on anybody.
Okay, so let me just get clarification, Mr. Halimi. The cap piece is critical because the board actually has to set a cap every year. So are you saying keep that language and then add up to 100 afterwards?
I would say the total number of TK permits will be capped at, and just add the words up to 100. We'll be capped at 100. No, that's fine. I'm comfortable. I just want to be clear that there's no guarantee that we're even going to take 100. That's all I'm saying.
We can't take more than 100.
Right.
Correct.
But we can't take more than 100. We're all on the same page.
And there is a form that I believe it's September, where it's an official form for the district to fill out that will actually say how many permit students we will keep. So that's why we would keep it at 100.
And then on the BP, Noah already brought this up, but I just want to be clear. When we say the district shall not pay any excess cost, it's the excess cost of like what we would ordinarily cover for a student, right? So like textbooks are going to be covered,
Correct.
Even though that's an excess cost in the sense that we're providing a textbook to a kid that we wouldn't otherwise provide.
Right. These are things above and beyond the regular educational program.
Okay.
Okay. If we don't have any other questions, then I may suggest that we make a motion to pass this, waiving the first reading.
Okay.
And passing.
So I will make a
Yes.
motion. And can we add the small corrections?
Are you comfortable with that?
If we're saying we're going to make all of the, I'm
We'll come
comfortable
back
waiving
the
the
next-
first reading, and then
yes.
we can come back to it in the second reading.
Yes.
You're saying? We
No, she's
No.
asking.
We're going to waive the first reading.
Approve it.
Approve it and vote for the second reading and approve it, and then we can always come back and visit the language.
But the
So we can get it
but the
started.
second reading is not on the agenda.
No,
So
that's
how
why
does that
you
work?
We can
that's-
waive and
you waive
approve
you
it
waive
now.
the first reading. That's the board has the right to do that.
Okay,
And then we'll come back and we'll make revisions.
that's
at
fine.
We
the
can
next
only
meeting.
do this with policies.
If
Okay.
you're comfortable.
I'm comfortable. I got.
Okay.
All right.
I
All right, so we'll
all
make-
my comments in.
Do you want to make it with his?
Yeah, I can
suggested
add those,
amendments?
and if the board wants it
Yes.
back on the agenda for the 28th, we can revisit it.
Are
with
you
those
comfortable
corrections.
making, are you comfortable approving it with the amendments
With-
the changes that we've discussed so far?
Absolutely.
So we'll waive the first reading and approve this with the amendments that we've discussed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion for that.
So, are you making the motion?
You can make the motion
No,
if
no,
you
no.
like.
You kind of made it already. So
Yes, I'll make a motion to waive the first reading and approve this with the amendments that we've discussed thus far.
I'll second. Oh, go ahead, Gabe.
I'll second.
All right, the motion was made by myself and seconded by Gabe Halimi.
What? Just to be very clear for the community that's listening, because once we vote on this, it's done. So this will, when we approve this now, hopefully, the applications are going to open tomorrow. Is that?
Got it ready to go.
Okay, so when it opens tomorrow, just for the community that's listening, where do they go? What time does it open? Let's
Go to
just
the
be
district
clear about that
office.
before we
Yes,
vote.
yeah.
So we will get it posted on the enrollment website by 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, and as soon as it's posted on the website, it will be open for people to start applying.
So yes, we have the enrollment period from starting tomorrow. Actually, yes, starting tomorrow through the end of the month.
Amazing. Exciting.
So I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to abstain.
Mrs. Marcus is going to abstain. Very wise. Eli?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0 with one
4-0,
abstention.
And can we just note, because none of us really said this, that
And a preferential vote from Eli Ramer.
the policy was designed to be cost neutral to the district. We are not going to incur, nor the way it's written, will we incur any extra costs to taxpayers the way that we have designed the policy. We are opening it up as gently as possible for enrollment purposes.
So Mrs. Starkins brought something to my attention. Miss Starkins, excuse me, brought something.
Empress
Okay,
Starkins.
you know my other name. That I think is valuable, and I would like the board to consider. This is very short notice. I know we said we're going to open it tomorrow, but maybe we could do an email blast to the community letting them know that this is available now, because it is a first come, first served basis, and I don't want anybody to miss out or be upset because they didn't know it was open.
Yes, I agree.
So you're saying not everybody that's eligible to this is watching right now? Is that what you're
How
saying?
about reaching out?
Maybe there may be one or two.
So
Right.
What about the people?
I agree, Rebecca.
We want to be fair. We want to give everybody equal opportunity and make sure that that the community is aware that these permits are available. So we'd like to do an email communication tomorrow, and then we can open it the following day.
So
I agree.
So it's just to be clear, an email communication to whom?
To the whole district.
To the whole great.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So anyone that's on the emailed list.
But we also-
Well, I think
we
it's
also
beyond the
have-
district
yeah,
because
we-
there's grandparents that aren't in the district.
We have,
But we also have, I think that there is some value to the people that have participated in the survey. You know, so we I mean, I think
We
you know,
have their
for the
their
people
email
that
addresses, yeah.
have been following along, I do think that would be a priority to, you know, let them know, especially the people that have done 2 different surveys.
I'm sure Ms. Starkins will do this, but of course use the same channels that we used before, like the weekly, the career. Like we're gonna.
Well, if we're going to do that, then it would not happen that quickly. We would need to get it in the paper for like the following week. I don't know when the deadline is, but I would assume that it's in the next day or so. So then we might need to open it the following week.
Well,
I wonder if the city can help blast it, because they might have a different reach to those grandparents that we don't. I'm just curious, asking.
I'm all for pushing this forward. I wanted to put the ball back in the administration's hand, but
So-
what I would say is, let's be prudent and fair about how we get the information out, because there are people that are listening right now that are definitely on call and they're going to apply right now. They're already texting me.
Oh, they're already calling the
So-
office every day.
Yeah.
We have friends. We've got new friends.
But there are some people that we have not
miss it.
reached yet with this
Right.
information, and we're doing it on a first come first served
So,
basis. And
so maybe
there needs to be a
next week we open it
equal
and
start.
we get the information out this week.
Right.
I think we could probably open it tomorrow, and emailing the people who filled out both surveys first, I think that's fine, and the rest of the community can find out later. The people who filled out the surveys, we know that there is demonstrated interest from them already, and so if there is some kind of priority, I think they may be deserving of it, although it will be going out to a larger group of people, so more people will have the ability to apply and know that it's open. But opening it tomorrow and sending out an email blast to the district and those grandparents who filled out the interest surveys, I think that's fine. And if we'd like to put something in the weekly in the future, we can do that as well in the next week or in the newspapers next week.
I appreciate that, Mr. Ramer. However, I know what the phone calls are going to be. So I think to be fair to everyone and to give our community adequate notice, I think we need to push it back a few days, do the email blast, get something in the paper, and then open it, because what we don't want is a false start or bad taste in the community's mouth when we do this. So I think there have been this community has been so responsive, and there is a high interest in this, and I want it to run smoothly and run well. So I would ask the board's permission to let us communicate it out, give us a few days, let us know that it's out there, and then we'll open it and we'll get it done.
I would appreciate you thinking it through.
I'm very comfortable leaving that to your discretion.
Yes.
But that was my suggestion. Like, just don't rush it at this point.
They have a few changes to make also, and you can make those changes. And then I think you need to have everything sort of completely organized before you do this, to give them a chance to get ready for the onslaught, whatever that would be.
We've been preparing. Every after the study session, I met with my staff, and we are ready to go, but we just want to make sure it launches well.
I think you probably have thought of this as well. It's a sort of a PR thing, but at the start of the portal, like if people were to start applying, is there a notice so that people are aware that this is a relatively new program and that there are some, it is subject to possible changes and things that we're, tweaking and working on? Because obviously, you're right, we don't want it to, at the starting gate, we have problems and issues and things don't work, and then we get a lot of phone calls of unhappy people.
Right.
So is there some sort of language that is saying, welcome to our new initiative? This is new, we are continuing to,
Not yet, but we can do that. We can maybe add a separate button or something just for this year.
Right, like, by signing up and doing this, you agree to understand this is a new program, and as such, it is evolving, and it was officially launched on, give a very recent date because, people are very quick to get angry and frustrated, as we know.
Yes.
And I think it would be really good to say this is new and we are constantly working on it, and not everyone will qualify, and whatever you need to say.
Yes, we can do that. Thank you.
If I may, because this is also not going live tomorrow, if I can request that the board just gets a copy of the application and the FAQs that we discussed, just so I can review. I'd appreciate it. It won't hold it up. It doesn't need my approval. I would just like to see it.
I'll get those to Dr. Breggy and he can get it to the board.
Okay, out of respect for Eli and being on the ad hoc committee for the bylaws, with the 9,000 that we have, I don't know if anybody had any additional changes to those. I had one change.
I had one also.
Okay.
May I ask that we extend the meeting till 9:15 to allow for time for the approval of the bylaws and possibly the first reading?
You guys can go on without me, but I do have to leave it.
Well, if we don't, what change do you have? Is it complex or
No,
is it just a small?
not
thing?
at all. Just a little clarification.
Okay. I have one addition, and then if we add these two additions, then I would suggest we waive the first reading, and I'd make a motion to approve it.
Okay.
Mine, I'm going to go ahead with mine. It's under 9140, and it's under board representatives. And what I wanted to add is simply at the end of the first paragraph is that board members should report to all board members when they attend meetings as representatives. So, for example, when you attend, like Noah and I attended as liaisons for the city meeting, and we talked about TK, that we should then report back to the board what happened at that meeting so that all board members are informed. Another example would be Noah and I attended a CTE advisory meeting this week, and that we should be reporting back to the board that we attended that meeting and informing the board what happened at that meeting. And as a general practice and bylaw, I think that all board members should be reporting back to the board and letting them know what meetings they're attending and what occurs at those meetings. And one way to help manage that is, Dr. Bragg and I were talking about this, and we can talk about it later, is to have a Google Calendar where we keep all our meetings on as a board so that we can see what meetings that we're attending, and then we can make certain that we as board members, when we come to our meetings and board comments or what have you, we can just make certain that we report on what those meetings are so that we share that information and we're all informed.
I think that's a great idea. Where would you suggest that communication happens? Is that
it could be in board comments.
Okay.
That's my one change.
Okay. My change was on 9124 regarding attorneys, the second to last paragraph. It just doesn't make sense the way it was crossed out and rewritten or whatever. It says, when possible, inform the board and superintendent if there is a need to confer with district legal counsel. Who? Should it be when possible, a board member should inform the board and superintendent?
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Mr. Margot, so instead of the board president,
No,
right?
just when possible,
the board member.
A board member.
A board member should inform the board and superintendent if there is a need to confer.
Yep.
That applies to any board member.
Got it.
So that's just the grammar in me.
Did you have a comment, Mrs. Marquez?
No, I'm fine with that. I've been through them, so these
Okay.
two changes. There was one little comment, and that is the change that you recommended, Mary. I had always felt that way all along. I've said that many
Right.
times. We go to these meetings and we never bring back what we may have heard, and it's not fair. I mean, it's not good, and it's not keeping our board members or colleagues informed. So I've always felt that way.
Agree. I mean, I think we're a stronger board when we all share that information, and if it's necessary, we can make it a separate agenda item instead of board comment.
I like the idea of being it in the board comment.
Maybe you just put a little subheading underneath
Board report.
just to like remind us. that
Because
that's
if
when we
you
do
go
it.
to human relations or you go to health and safety and something happens at that meeting, we want to hear back. You're going there and
happens because that's like a 2-hour meeting, so.
well, it's only what's substantive.
Right. Just what's
We don't
related
need to know
district.
everything.
We
that's
used to do
happening.
that. We used to put the liaison reports under board reports.
Right.
So it would follow Dr. Breggy's report, student board report,
Right.
liaison report.
It's as it
whatever.
relates to the board.
Yeah. It should be. It's a report. It should go in
Right.
the board report.
That's why we go. It's not just one-way information.
Can I request that Mr. Ramer make the motion to approve?
I love that too.
All right.
Do it quickly. It's 8:59.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the first reading of board bylaws 9,000 to 9,400 and approve them.
May I just ask that you add to approve them with the changes that Ms. Wells and Mr. Margot just stated?
Yes, to approve them with the amendments made this evening.
I will
second the motion.
Motion was made by Mr. Eli Ramer and seconded by Mrs. Marcus. Any comments? I'd just like to thank my ad hoc committee for their hard work and diligence in getting this done and focus. So thank you very much. And did you have a comment, Mrs. Marcus?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. With that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 with a preferential vote from student board member Eli Ramer. Thanks for staying to the very end. I appreciate it.
President Wells, can I make a motion to table item 19A?
Yes, I will second that motion.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yes.
Yep. Yep.
Yes.
18A, we waived the first reading.
18A, yes.
Yeah, we did it.
Did we?
Pam would tell us if we didn't.
Yes, we did. Yes. So the motion is, it's tabled. Do we want to do board comments?
Do we have any public comment?
Do we have any public? Oh, no, we have no public comment.
Just one comment I'd like to make. I really appreciate the structure of the meetings now, having admin introduce things
Yeah,
that
it's
we're
nice.
approving and also having public comment before the items. I really like that. So thank you.
Yeah, I like it too.
So, do you guys have anything?
Any last comments?
Just
Eli?
thank you, KBEV, for everything this past year and everything that you'll continue to do. And thank you to BHUSD. That's it.
To get Eli from here. Mrs. Marcus, any comments?
Yes, I'm going to wish everybody a good evening, a nice weekend, and have a wonderful rest of the vacation for those of you going on vacation. And I'll be back here in 2 weeks, I guess.
Possibly.
Gabe?
I already said my piece. Thank you, everybody.
Dr. Stern?
Quickly, so if we're going to have staff introduce items on the agenda, before the board discusses those items, because we start asking staff questions, we need to put the motion on the floor.
Well,
So
the idea was to ask questions first and then put the motion
we're not
on
allowed to
and then
deliberate
discuss.
on the item until the motion's on the floor. So they
But we
should
can ask
present-
questions.
No, they can present, and then we have to
I thought you could ask questions.
Technically, you are supposed to put the motion on the floor before
Before
any
you ask
discussion.
any
Right.
questions?
I think you are.
I thought,
Yeah.
well, city council, they ask questions first
It's-
and then they do
that's-
discussion.
And quickly, colleagues, I'm
gonna
asking if
clarify
we
that.
can move the June 28th meeting to June 27th,
Is that a Monday?
Monday night.
Does that work for cabinet?
We can make it. Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Gabe's just checking his very busy. Are you going to be in Cleveland?
Just checking. I have a flight coming back from a trip that afternoon. So if we're gonna have, I can make the 5 o'clock probably, but I would have a difficult time doing closed session that day.
Well,
Is that okay though? Are you okay with that? Because I can't. There's a lot of stuff.
I
on
would
that
prefer
agenda.
Wednesday. If we could do that.
I'm gone.
You're gone.
I have the Health and Safety Commission that afternoon at 4 o'clock.
On Monday?
On Monday, and if you don't mind not meeting, I miss it, I could probably Zoom in, leave the meeting briefly and Zoom into theirs.
Can you Zoom in on Tuesday?
I can't. I'll be in the air.
I can Zoom into health and safety, but
I think we should have this conversation on email.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Because we're running out of time.
Okay.
All right. Wait. I have something to say. I just want to thank you all for being flexible and with the new agenda. I really appreciate trying new things, and I do think that it worked really well. So, and I want to thank Cabinet as well for working with me and doing that. And I want to thank Mandy for speaking tonight. I just really, I really appreciate it, and you really stepped out tonight and were a leader. So thank you. All right. With that, I will adjourn the meeting. The time is 9:05. Thank you.
Thank you, President Wells. It's a good format. How do we make it quicker?
Well, we had a lot tonight, so.
Yeah.
It was good, right?
Step to the front really quickly, take a picture with Eli and his resolution.
Oh, he's not on the board anymore.
And then you have to reach it.